I just laid in bed. I was hot, cold, freezing, all kind of shit.
Wow.
It was
Hello again, everybody, live from Lightning Strikes Bowl in Fort Myers, Florida. We'd like to welcome all of you to today's live stream of the Heinz 57 Trios Tournament. This is our first Trios Tournament that we've run here at Lightning Strikes. We weren't happy with the entries in previous Saturdays, so Mary Berner reshuffled the deck, came up with a Trios format, and today we have 46 three-bowler teams, 138 bowlers bowling today, the largest field we have ever had on a Saturday. We will be using tournamentbowl.com. We'll have that up for you after each game. This is a great tournament. I'll tell you about the format as we go along with the tournament today. We had a great week Wednesday evening. Ryan Tamburino, a graduate of Weber, came in and subbed in our league. His best friend, one of his best friends, is Evan Baranecki. Evan Baranecki was on 9 and 10. Ryan subbing on 7 and 8. And in game 3 of the league Wednesday night, both shot 300. Two teammates, one on 7 and 8, one on 9 and 10. But Tamburino did something no one expected. His highest 3 games in his life sanctioned was 8-13. A good series, but it's been beat a lot of times by a lot of people. He starts off with 290 in game 1, the first sanctioned game he's ever bowled in his house. In game 2, he goes spare 10-bagger through the nose for 5, 285. And in game 3, 300, 875 to break the house record. We had an 860-something series in the early 90s here. They're not sure, but no one has ever bowled 875. We knew that. 4 pins away from tying the association record, which is 879. So Tamburino's first 3 games in the house sets a house record of 875. Unheard of if you look at records kept. First 3 games in the house, setting a house record, an unbelievable statistic. I know he left here in the clouds. I interviewed him a little bit. Fine young man, trained at Weber with Randy Stoughton and Del Warren. And, of course, Evan Baranecki as his teammate right next to him watching it. It was fascinating to watch. Scores very high on Tuesday and Wednesday night. 7 300s, 4 800s. So tonight we expect this afternoon we expect very high scores. There's our split screen. We will be using 9 and 10. All the way to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 through 20. 21 through 24, 25 through 28, 29 through 32.
You don't need this. Set them up if you don't need them.
33 to 36, 37 to 40, and 41 to 44. We'll also be using our front shot today. As you can see, we'll have some bowlers coming at us. That is a great shot. And our concourse cams. And as you can see, the house is filling up now with lots of bowlers from around the region. And we expect a great tournament today. There are some very strong teams in today's event. And naturally, I always make a pick. So today I will have the pick for you. But looking at these teams here today, very, very strong teams, 46 of them. And just looking at the list here, there are some monster teams with some really great bowlers on them. Lee Ratchin's bowling with his dad and Tracy Bukowski. That could be one of the better teams. Cheryl Wachowski, no, not bowling with her husband today, very interesting. But John Rakowski is bowling today. One of the very strong teams, John Rakowski, David Covington, and Colby Covington. That team could very well be a factor and win this event. Chrissy Stewart bowling with her son, Brad Stewart, and Jairo Hernandez. That team could run away. So those two teams, Rakowski, Covington, and his daughter, Dave Covington and his daughter Colby, Chrissy Stewart and her son Brad and Jairo Hernandez definitely look like the two teams to beat. Let me check some other teams out here where I feel the Jessica Herbot, Robert Eddy, Jerry Michelanek, an interesting team. Jessica Herbot had $299 Tuesday night in the Audi League. Jerry Michelanek had $300 Tuesday night. When we went off the air, we missed it. He had $300, and Robert Eddy, our owner, naturally we got to root for the owner, because if I don't root for him, I don't get paid. So I got to root for Robert today with Jerry. Interesting team. And let's see who else here we've got. Very interesting team with Elaine Madugno, Mark Madugno, her husband, and Ray Sansavoy. Mark and Elaine get a lot of handicap. They are very improved bowlers. That team could very well be a factor today. So as we get the scoring up, we'll start to see what happens. This is the first time now we've ever run a triples event. Craig Vogel's bowling today, a proprietor out of the Rome, Utica area of New York. Lots of snow up there, so he's down here in Florida for the winters. One of our regulars here on weekends. And we've got a very, very strong field. Chrissy Stewart, the 1994 PWBA Rookie of the Year. Of course, John Rakoski, who won the True Amateur Challenge twice in Las Vegas. He is going there for this year's TAT, basically as a spectator and coach. There's Steve Medeiros. Lots of friends here today with us at Lightning Strikes. And we've got our live stream viewers up with their comments. If any of you have any comments you want to make, any questions that I can answer, I'd be more than happy to do that with all of you today. Again, another great day here in Southwest Florida for bowling. And tomorrow we have 142 entries tomorrow in our 9-pin no-tap doubles sponsored by Ray Stevens, Paramount Residential Mortgage Group. So this weekend here at Lightning Strikes, 280 tournament bowlers on Saturday and Sunday. During the week, Tuesday night, 160 bowlers in the Audi League, 144 Wednesday night in the Oaks Farms League. In essence, close to 600 bowlers on Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. Again, just waiting for the entries to check in, and it is a long, long line over there at the entry table. Mary Berner and our staff collecting the money, brackets, etc. I'm going to turn the camera so you can watch what's going on over there. And you can see that white booth behind our tournament director's table. That's going to be our live stream booth. It rolls out from that wall. There's going to be 4 seats in there. We're going to have cameras, monitors in there, and I'll be moving my live streaming to a booth. Inside of it, it's 2.5 feet high, so you step up 3 steps to get into it. About half your body pokes out above the top. Again, it's in a pocket wall right now, so when we're done using it, we push it back into the wall. But when we live stream, it'll push all the way out, about another 3 feet out. Get a great view of the bowling center from that angle. And of course, we'll be wiring in all our cameras. Our cameras will now go from lanes 1 to 44. When that's done, there will be interview cameras. There's room for 5 seats in the booth. It's 13 feet long, 5 feet deep. And that is going to be our live stream booth here at Lightning Strike. So we're so happy to have that going in. And I just read a unbelievable, disturbing post from Martin Ralderice that our dear friend Tom Alota, the director of operations for Robert Eddy, has had a stroke, and I'm just I've just read this, and Tom is responsible for this live stream. He is the man that installed it originally for Robert Eddy, an executive with Oaks Farms and all of Robert Eddy's business enterprises. And I just read this from Martin on our chat, and my prayers now are today with Tom and his family. Just reading this right now, it's just hit me like a brick. I cannot believe I'm reading this. And we'll obviously keep all our viewers informed as to Tom's health. Just an avid bowler, very good bowler. And again, I'm a little caught for words right now, so just bear with me.
He's supposed to catch it.
James Oswald, can you come to the front desk?
Okay, we're back with all of you. I just had to take a moment to regroup a little bit after I just read that. And I'm sorry for leaving the booth. It just hit me real hard. Again, for those of you that just tuned in, our dear friend Tom Halota is recovering from a stroke that I just heard about. I don't know much more than that, but he is the man responsible for this live stream and building our leagues. It's just caught me a little off guard, so just bear with me as I try to process this. And as you can see, the area is filling up now with bowlers getting ready for today's action. And again, a huge field, 138 bowlers, 46 triples teams. Dusty Barnon, Robert Hilton, Sean Miller, Brett Gregory, welcome aboard. David Forbes, welcome aboard. Jerry Hudson, Robbie McDonald, Lo Edwards, thank you so much for joining us here in Southwest Florida at Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes Bowl. Again, we're checking in a large group of bowlers today. 46 three-bowler teams. Okay, the way it's going to work today, ladies and gentlemen, is the team requirements are very different, very unique. We have one female bowler one bowler over the age of 50, one bowler under the age of 50. The handicap is 90% of 235. They will bowl 5 games, skipping one pair to the right after each game. Game 6 will be a catcher's position round. Pins will carry forward. Game 6 will award 30 pins to the winning team. A champion will be crowned. 25% of the field will make the cut to the catcher's round. So, 46 teams, 25%, about 11 teams, 12 teams will make the cut. That's what it looks like. 12 teams making the cut. I want to check that out. Give me a moment about the cut. Just bear with me. Okay, for all of you that are real good friends with Tom Alota, he did suffer a minor stroke last night. He's in the hospital. He's resting comfortably. I like the word minor. So our prayers are out to Tom and his family. And we're praying for you, my brother. Yes, we do cut to the top 12 teams today. So keep in mind, they will bowl Game 6, 30 bonus pins going to the winning team in the position round, and we will crown today's champion. Again, another great tournament run by Mary Berner. We'll be using our split screen during practice, pointing out some of the bowlers, and we are full, literally 46 lanes today. Now, we do not have cameras on lanes 1 through 8. The lowest we can get is lane 9, and the highest is lane 44. So we will see lots of action today here at Lightning Strikes in Southwest Florida. And just excuse me if I'm a little, my voice is quivering a little. Again, when Tom Alota getting the news right before I got on the air, it's sort of like getting hit in the head with a sledgehammer. He is a dear friend, and anytime one of our managers of this facility and Robert Eddy's business enterprises, or any of our employees, get hospitalized, we suffer with it. Last January, Mary Berner becoming ill with Gillian's beret. She was paralyzed, and we were shook up about that too. I'm sure you could all understand that when one of your buddies gets sick and gets hospitalized, it's shocking. And for me, obviously, having to be on the air and starting the show, when I read it, I read it on my live chat here. It hit me like a brick. I just had some emotions, and obviously, I hope you all understand that. But we're okay. I got some good news. He's feeling better. Minor stroke, resting comfortably, so we'll get him back here. He does bowl Wednesday night in the Oaks Farms League. Jim Nardi on Gabe Martin. Keith Ennis, welcome aboard. Matt Rizzo. And getting ready for another day of action here at Lightning Strikes. Again, you can see our new carpeting just got completed last Friday. And the place is cleaning up. New chairs. You can see the new oak-looking chairs. And, of course, here, a better idea of the center. There's some plywood there for that pocket wall where our booth is going to be. That's Robert Eddy checking in, our owner, and Ricky Ward caddying for him. Today, Ricky Ward is caddying for Robert. I'm sure he's going to love that when he hears it. And Robert, just an unbelievable owner, remodeling this bowling center daily. Brand new air conditioning going in now, and carpeting, settees, as you can see by this look here. All new floors in the settee area, all new seating, all Cubica scoring right there. They'll be lighting up shortly. That's all new Cubica. And the center coming to life under the ownership of Robert Eddy. An amazing success story of a bowling center that was foreclosed on and ready to go under the wrecking ball. And he just decided he wanted to buy it, and little by little has cleaned it up, opened up that bar down the low end. That thing was closed down there for 20 years. Rebuilt that bar, the pro shop right next to it. That's Ricky Ward's pro shop, the EBA pro shop. And Mary Berner and Billy Seymour collecting entry. A lot of bowlers filling out brackets. There's the bracket table right there. As you can see, action getting ready to roll here shortly for another day of great competition at Lightning Strikes here in Fort Myers, Florida. Got a lot of wonderful friends of mine get on every week, and every Tuesday, Wednesday, people from literally around the world. And I want to thank all of you so much for joining us here. Again, we're probably the only bowling center in the United States live streaming handicap events. We do have scratch events. Speaking of scratch events, February 27th, we have a $2,500 guaranteed first place scratch event, and March 27th, a $5,000 guaranteed first place scratch event. March 5th, 6th, and 7th, the PBA Southern Region will be bowling here in the non-champions event. 80 bowlers in the 50 and over, 80 bowlers in the 49 and under. If you've never won a PBA event in any way or form, you are eligible for that event. And April 9th through the 13th, the inaugural event of the 2021 season of the PBA Senior Tour with the greatest legends that have ever lived, hopefully bowling here at Lightning Strikes in Fort Myers, Florida. We have a great tournament schedule here. We live stream every weekend, Tuesdays and Wednesdays with the Audi League on Tuesday and the Oaks Farms League on Wednesday. Those two leagues, $30,000 added prize money, $10,000 on Tuesday, $20,000 on Wednesday. Robert Eddy, our owner, just stepping up and again guaranteeing first place on February 27th, $2,500. Last weekend, Dom Barrett winning the $2,000 guarantee first place singles event in an exciting match against Ronnie Martin III from Naples, winning that last game 211 to 210. So we had a lot of views on that one. We had about 2,000 views, about 20,000 minutes watched on that live stream. So we're hoping to bring you as much bowling as we can as the United States starts to kickstart our sport again. We want to do everything we can to promote it here in Southwest Florida, and with all of you that watch, anything we can do to bring you this sport, we will do. From Lightning Strikes, Dave Patterson on today. Thank you, David, for those kind words. Sharon Smith, Eric Nyan, Amanda Brown. Welcome aboard, everybody. Jim Nardi. We're starting to get some audience here, and little by little, we'll get the show on the road. Mary's still collecting money down there. I mean, it's just a busy day. Figure 46 three-bowler teams, 138 bowlers bowling today. And 142 tomorrow. 280 here this weekend in Southwest Florida. David Patterson, get Hokies ball ready, please, just for the record. David Patterson, a dear friend of mine for 25 years. That's an inside joke. Only David would know the answer to that one, and the laugh, of course. Good to see you. Coach Lindsay right there digging into the wallet. Our junior league coach, what a job he does here with the kids. The kids and the parents love Greg Lindsay, and I like to mention him because of his devotion to our junior program here. And what a wonderful, wonderful man. Every Saturday he's here. He donates balls that he goes out and buys to the kids. He doesn't have to do that. He does it. Just one of these guys that loves to work with the youth. And or in the words of Fred Gwynn and My Cousin Vinny, he likes to work with the youths. And Joe Pesci, the two youths. Every time I hear the word youth, I think of Joe Pesci and Fred Gwynn in that hilarious scene where Gwynn looks at Pesci and says, "Utes? What's a ute?" And one of the greatest lines in a comedy. Ryan Cameron today at the check-in table now, bowling with his mother TJ and his sister Marquilla, and Ryan's mom TJ, a police officer in Miami, a police officer in Cape Coral, 30 years serving in Miami, Cape Coral, now at one of the colleges here running security. TJ's bowling today with her son and her daughter, and they've got to be very proud. And that's the ones I like the best, is a family team. I just, there's something about that that says so much for our sport. You know, a family tournament, mother, daughter, and son, and they can all bowl good too. They're all good bowlers. They could win this tournament, no doubt in my mind. Let me look for some other families here bowling together. We got Melanie and Leo Ortega bowling today, and Marlon Zell, Mark Zell, and Terry Zell, father, mother, and son. And Mark Zell throws the ball great. We'll be having the camera on them. Brian Stowell and his wife Crystal are bowling today. And I'm looking for families. Don Kahn bowling today, and Dan Lott bowling with his wife Holly. And Rick Ratchin, father, and Rick Ratchin Jr., Lee Ratchin, bowling together, father and son today. Patty Cooper bowling with Scott Cooper, husband and wife. Pat Chapman bowling with Steve Chapman. Interestingly enough, John Rakoski's not bowling with Cheryl today. He's bowling with Dave Covington and Dave's daughter, Colby. And that's the team I'm picking to win. That is a great team. We'll have the camera on them. Laura Howard bowling with Chris Howard and Donald Howard. And Chrissy Stewart bowling with her son Brad. And Jairo Hernandez, they could be bowling for the title against Covington and Rakoski. No doubt about that one. Mae Stevens bowling with Ray, her husband. And let's see, Jay Butler bowling with her husband Willard. And Corey Bird, that could be a very strong team today. Jackie Dooley bowling with Joel Dooley. And the list goes on and on. Let's see. Now today, interesting, James Oswalt, our food and beverage manager on lane 32, and we will have them on camera, bowling with Ricky Ward and his wife Lisa. So we'll be watching six-time PBA champion Ricky Ward today, bowling with his wife Lisa. That's going to be cool watching that. Another husband and wife team. Donnie and Ashley Schwartz bowling, husband and wife. Elaine and Mark Madugno, husband and wife. And of course, TJ, Marquilla, and Ryan Mother, daughter, and son. Fantastic there. Stephanie Weinhardt bowling with Vinny Weinhardt today. So lots of families, lots of friends. And we'll be going shortly here. Jeff Baxter on. Shelley McAlannick's on. Jerry Waters, Deona Huffman. Chris Kreis. Hello, how are you, Crystal? Not you bowling with Brian today? That's a good team now. I mentioned all the husbands and wives today. Lots of husbands and wives. Mothers and daughters, fathers and sons. It's going to be a wonderful day. Good luck today, Crystal. Crystal Stowell, beautiful lady. Louis Troutwine on today watching. James Murphy. It might have been a Ninja RPM, Dave Patterson. Get that plug ready, Dave. Hoki's waiting.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
All right, here goes Mary. Mary Berner. Going to get the squad up and running here. And what a job she has done.
Good afternoon, Heinz 57 Trio Tournament Bowlers. Today we have 138 bowlers bowling. Tomorrow I have over 140. I think I'm at 142 right now.
Wow,
If you are
280.
not scheduled to bowl the 9-pin 9-tap tournament and you would like to, I have 5 spots. So you need to let me know. So,
Shelley McAlannick, you're picking Jerry, Jessica, and Robert. That's a good pick. Shelley, Jerry's bowling great. Had 300 Tuesday. Jerry, one of our sponsors. Royal Palms Realty Group, sponsoring our 5-game handicap event monthly. Sandy Barrett on, Evan Baranecki, the H's, Moppas, Horses, H's, Moppas is on. And for those of you that don't understand what I just said, don't worry. Only Evan and my son Michael understand what that is. And they don't understand.
March 27th, I'm sorry, February 27th, and, no, that's not right, 21st. Sunday, March 21st.
Mary got the dates mixed up. She sounds like me. She went to the Larry School of Dates.
We are limited to 30 teams on those days. I have a sign-up form on the day for the February. You wanted to register.
And as you can see, I'm going to move the camera a little bit now.
30 teams on the Sundays because we are running 40 frame. 2 squads on Sunday afternoons for the month of February. And then the Islands League takes about 8 lanes, and then I'm only allowed 30. So, if you want to bowl this again, I suggest you sign up before they are all gone.
And as you can see, pretty good crowd on the low end of the house.
The 2 squads at 1 to 4 on Sundays beginning the first Sunday in February.
Pretty good crowd on the high end.
All the payouts will be done at the very end.
138 bowlers plus guests.
I hope you come and join me because I will be bowling.
And we are
Just a reminder,
very thankful and honored that all of them chose to spend their time this weekend with us here at Lightning Strikes. They seemed nice bowling the other night. What'd you shoot? 778 with a 300. Pretty cool. Come on, sit with me a minute. You got a minute? Give me 1 minute. I'm going to get Ray Stevens in here because Ray is our sponsor tomorrow for the 9-pin no-tap. So come sit with me, Brother Ray. Very nice bowling the other night, 778 and 300, and you're the tournament sponsor tomorrow.
Yes.
So you're having an exciting week, bowl great, and tournament sponsor tomorrow.
Yes.
Wonderful. Now today you're bowling with May.
May and Chris Ventura.
And Chris Ventura. And what do you assess your chances? You think you can make the cut? You
I made a cut here.
What'd you do?
Cut my finger.
You did make the cut. Not the cut we wanted. I just saw that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'll be good.
You'll be all right. You're tough. Must have felt pretty good the other night shooting 300, huh?
I was definitely nervous.
How many have you had?
4.
That was your 4th one. Good. Were you nervous?
Of course.
You threw it good.
Yes.
The one in the 12th, you trusted it, you got it out. I mean, you didn't pull it. It went to the swing spot.
The Ebonite Knockout.
The Ebonite Knockout.
Drilled by Mark and Ricky over
The
there.
Ebonite Knockout. And you knocked them out for 778.
Great ball.
Yeah. Well, let me let you go. I just wanted to bring you in, give you a little pop. Keep in mind, Ray,
Thank you.
Paramount Residential Mortgage Group sponsoring tomorrow.
Amen.
Maybe we'll get a few mortgages, too.
Thanks, Larry.
All right, Ray. Ray Stevens. And he's ready to roll. Fine man. Tom Dyson, Joe Hopper, Nick Casero, welcome aboard. Everybody, thank you for joining us here.
One person on your team to bring up your scores. The last thing I need to do today is to be chasing you guys down for scores. I shouldn't have to do that. Please bring the score sheets up the table where you get the side box. We will record them and I'll get them right back to you. All right. All of today's scoring can be done on tournamentbull.com. We do everything electronically so you can just follow along right with us, okay? That's it. I'm going to put you guys on practice. Good luck. Good bowling. I wish I was on the lanes with you. See, Billy, that wasn't 30 minutes. The last thing I need to do today is to be chasing you guys down.
And it's practice time here in Southwest Florida. Weather a little chilly, nothing real fancy as far as the weather goes. Pretty warm yesterday. Jerry Hudson on from Bowland, Port Charlotte. Welcome aboard, Jerry. Jackie Ann's on. Hello, Jackie. Tricia Burris. Hello, Richard. Welcome aboard, Richard Williams. Thank you all for coming aboard today here at Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes. There goes Jerry Michalanic now, our 5-game handicap sponsor, and crossing with Ricky Ward. There he is, the legend, bowling with his wife Lisa and Robert Eddy, our owner. Keep in mind, they bowl 5 games. It's going to be a long day. Jessica Herbot, who had 299 on Tuesday and over 800 to win 2 Audi usages, bowling with Jerry Michalanic today. Michalanic winning an Audi Tuesday night also with his 300. And there's the Covington team that I picked today. Colby Covington has won our 5-game handicap event and a ladies event here. And watch her bowl. Colby Covington throws it great. And Dave is the over 50 on that team, and that is a strong over 50, believe me. And of course, John Rakoski, world-renowned champion, who's 49. So he's the younger, being that he's 49, bowling the under 50. Covington, 58, the over 50. And then Dave with his daughter as the female, of course. The Chrissy Stewart, Brad Stewart team right there, 19 and 20. With Jairo Hernandez, the lefty right there, getting ready to bowl. They could definitely be a factor today. Carla Drigger's on. Jackie Amato, Yanni's on, of course. Got a good group. Starting to get some people on board with us here at Lightning Strikes. On the last Saturday of January 2021, the 30th of January. Again, earlier in the show, Martin Ralderiz put a post up that our dear friend Tom Alota, who is an executive with Oak Farms and helped get this bowling center started for Robert Eddy as his GM last year, suffered a minor stroke. He's resting in the hospital. Our prayers are out to Tom and his family. And we love you, Tom. Tom is actually from East Hartford, Connecticut. Ran the Meadows, which was an AMF house. Worked at Silver Lanes as a young man and moved here to Florida and is now involved with Robert Eddy at Oaks Farms. Oaks Farms delivers food to 2,000 Publix supermarkets from here up to Delaware. They grow the food, they harvest the food, they deliver the food to the processing plant. The fruit is processed, bagged, labeled, boxed, and delivered to 2,000 supermarkets. And they own, Robert and Alfie Oaks own Seed to Table. You get a chance, pull up the website to Seed to Table. It is the #1 supermarket in the world. It's not a supermarket. It's not a grocery store. It is a place to buy all of your groceries with entertainment, a lounge, a mezzanine, and dining. So if you go in there and buy a filet mignon and say, you know what, I want to cook it here, they cook it for you there. Shrimp, lobster, crab, beef, pork, poultry, chicken, you name it. Seafood, you name it. You sit down at a table, they give you like a hockey puck after you drop off the food you want cooked. You sit anywhere you want, the puck sends out a signal, and a waiter brings it to your table with the napkins, the knives, the forks, the condiments on a cart. And you can eat right there where you did your grocery shopping. It's an amazing concept, a mezzanine where you can look down and watch everybody shop. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Seed to Table. Preston Willison, Stan Kodish, Mike Cheatham, Monica Andick, Don O'Malley, welcome aboard. Rich Laffey, John Smith, Cooper Gates, out of Oregon. Colby Covington could definitely be a factor today on the ladies' side, a young lady right there, coached by her mom, Sue Neidig Covington. And Sue won a PWBA National Tour stop in 1992. She's out of Miami. And, of course, Dave Covington winning the Southern Region Resident Pro Championship in 1992. Both PBA champions. Of course, Ricky Ward, 6-time champion bowling today. Very strong field. And again, for those of you that were with us Wednesday night, an unbelievable performance by Ryan Tamburino, a Weber graduate, trained at Kegel with Del Warren, Randy Stoughton, Ruben Garagosian. His high game was 8-13, high 3 games 8-13, and he came in to sub in a league with his friend Evan Baranecki. And in game 3, they both shot 300. They're bowling next to each other. And Ryan Tamburino's first 2 games were 290, 285, 300. never bowled in his house a day of his life. His high 3 games in his life was 8-13. From Sandusky, Ohio, learned how to bowl in the house, owned by Jeff Lizzie. And Kathy Doran Lizzie. And Kathy Doran is the sister of Carolyn Doran Ballard. Of course, Jeff Lizzie, also a great bowler, touring pro. So Ryan, growing up in Sandusky, which is right between Cleveland and Toledo, right on the Ohio Toll Road, right around exit 80 or so, exit 85, on the toll road. Down here for the weather, of course, comes in and shoots 875. There's Brad Stewart getting ready. He will be a factor today with his mother, I can assure you. There's some real good games out there today if you watch. There's the great Rukoski.
Everybody's the great to you.
Except you. And here comes Chrissy. Let's watch her throw a ball. Don Howard, good bowler right there. Don Howard can strike. Beautiful game for Don. And Laura Howard right there, she throws it good too. Watch Chrissy. Got a full spinner. But she can play, and she is fierce. Led this association about 12 years ago on average with 233. Beat them all. In about 2009-10 season, I believe. Jairo Hernandez right there out of Miami. He's tough. The left-hander, very good bowler. They're going to be a factor today. Bill Plunkett on. Hello, Bill. Welcome aboard.
Okay, bowlers, when your practice time is over,
And
your
Cooper
pin sliders
Gates
will turn off.
is always here.
3 through 42, if you hit your start bowl button. Pins
Craig
will
Vogel
come
right there
off
on
with
25 and 6, our
scoring hands.
proprietor
43
from
through
the Rome
48.
Utica
I will
area.
turn your lanes on
Craig Vogel,
immediately.
longtime New York State
Once your
bowling
arrows
proprietor,
come out, you
a
can begin
fine
bowling
man,
for
lifelong
score.
bowler.
Good luck and good bowling.
Owns a center in New York, spending the winters here in Punta Gorda, Florida. Jim Argy's watching from Martha's Vineyard, out on Cape Cod. Dave Seeberger on from Michigan. Boy, I spent, I would say my years on the road, 69 and 96, maybe about 30 years, maybe about 60 PBA events in Michigan. About a year of my life in Michigan in 1 week tournaments. Love Michigan, love the great bowling history of Detroit and Michigan, and many of my idols as a young boy came out of Detroit. Bob Strampy, Billy G, Eddie Lubansky, Dave Sutar, who I had lunch with Monday, the great Buzz Fazio, Mike Samardzija, Bob Kwalik, Bob Crawford, Mike Totsky, all on the Stroh Beer team, and of course the legend Gene Stuss. Boy, do I love Michigan. I could go on and on about my tournaments there in my life. Very blessed man to have been doing this now in my 61st year since I learned how to bowl in 1960. And there's Robert Eddy, the man responsible for the rebuild of this center, and the bowlers showing their appreciation this weekend with 280 of them bowling today and tomorrow. Robert Eddy, the man who has changed the face of bowling in Fort Myers, and he is loved by his customers, and took a dilapidated, run-down dump and turned it into the living room for about 1,000 loyal customers weekly, and it's growing every week. New bowlers coming in, We are so honored. Not much in the Upper Peninsula. I have friends from up there, but never much in the UP. And matter of fact, I never went over the Mackinac. I never went over the Mackinac Bridge. I know that. I don't think I was ever any farther north other than Bay City or Muskegon. Bay City, Muskegon, about as far north as I ever was from Detroit. Did bowl the Joe Louis Arena in '81, which was then called Cobo Hall, the American Bowling Congress Tournament, which is now the USBC Open Championships, was held at Cobo Hall in '81. My team finished second that year in the classic team roll-off. We were the defending champions. We won in 1970, won an Eagle. In '71, we were second. And I did make the finals in the Masters. And in the Masters, I got knocked out of the losers bracket by the legend Ray Bluth, who bowled for the Budweisers with Dick Weber and Don Carter. Imagine being lucky enough to say I lost to Ray Bluth in a Masters, and I mean that sincerely. I lost to him. I'd have rather said I won, but just to bowl him, a charter member of the PBA who was on the Budweisers, who bowled 38-58 in 1958. Carter, Hennessy, Weber, Whaley, and Bluth. What a team. All charter members of the PBA. Helped build it for the kids. And Ray Bluth, still alive, still with us, thank God. Goes to work every day at the age of 92. Every day goes to work. No, never been to Traverse City, but my girlfriend Laurel's from Traverse City. Cooper grew up there. Laurel Spinner is from Traverse. And so are the Laguna brothers, my favorite show, The Curse of Oak Island. All right, we're going to go down. I'm going to put the split on now. Keep in mind, this is 5 games. We will be using tournamentbowl.com.
They want to know, me or your son's approach. Which one?
You can't carry his bag.
I can't carry his bag, but our
Craig,
approaches are.
he can't carry my son's bag. There's no comparison.
No, that's very
In
true.
30 years,
I agree.
when
We're
you're
talking about approaches.
I thought you were talking about his son.
he is. Can't,
That's a great approach.
there's more than an approach. There's one of these.
Well, no shit. But hey, how much money has he made hustling? Because like I did the same thing when I walked into California.
Will you stop it?
No, I'm saying.
I'm on the air now. Will you stop it? Will you stop it? Stop it. I have to give Mark Pulaski lectures. Just don't mind me, folks. I have to run a kindergarten class here while I'm live streaming. I'm sure you'll all understand that. I don't know how many hours a week at 92, but Barry Asher tells me it's 5 days a week, and it has been for 60 years. When he wasn't on tour, he was working. And he's got a photographic memory, Ray Bluth does. Look at that shot there. Great shot on 26. Craig Vogel coming up on 25. Get that 9 out of there, Craig. All right, we're going to move it down now. Keep in mind, we'll start to bring you our scores around the 5th frame. We'll start to get close up on the scoring units. We'll start to see what we have. Thank you, Brian, for laughing. Yes, Larry's kindergarten class starts every Saturday at 2 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Leanne, for laughing. Thank you, my dear. See, Leanne and Brian know exactly what I'm talking about, folks, because they have to deal with it in real life. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, I'll put the camera on them shortly. Now let's start looking for strings of strikes. What we're looking for is triples teams with lots of strikes. Getting out of the chute here and striking. And Jen Dover's out of the box with a triple. And that could also be a very good team right there with Jen Dover's, Patty Cooper, and Scott Cooper. Definitely a factor there. Okay, keep that in mind. Brad Stewart coming up now. You've seen him many times on our Wednesday night action. Matt Rizzo knows. Leanne knows. Southwest Florida knows. Look at that, Stewart through the nose, caught the dry early. Watch the nice stroke of Don Howard right here. Don Howard with lots of 300s, about 17 or 18, good bowler. Oh yeah, look at that shot. Beautiful. Strong man. Now watch Covington. Beautiful. Beautiful stroke of Covington. Just pure. A great bowler. Was a touring player in his life on a Pro Bowlers Tour. And Jairo Hernandez, great roll on the ball. Full roller release. That thumb is down at the ankle. But he makes it hook like that. That thing is a truck. Very good bowler out of Miami. And the legend on lane 18, two-time True Amateur Challenge champion, John Rakoski. And he is an assassin on the lanes. Great, great player. Gary Seitz today. Now Tuesday Tyler up on 22. Great story this year. 5 300s, 4 of them here in Lightning, and 857 in the Tuesday night Audi League. And he is a strike machine. This is the best year he's ever had as a young bowler. Really coming into his own, two-hander. Watch that hop. Right there at the release point, you'll see the hop. There it is, that little hop. And there it is, that ball just going so long and hooking so hard. And bowling with the plastic cannon, Ice Martinez. Everybody loves the plastic cannon. There's Mark Pulaski, who will be attending my class after this bowling is over today. Stanley Kodish is on today, ladies and gentlemen. Stanley Kodish holds a United States Bowling Congress record of bowling the most consecutive scores in competition. 8 straight 202s. 8 straight. So for all of you that would like to set a record, all you got to do is bowl 9 straight legitimate games. I mean, you can't be trying to bowl a 30 and then throw, 7 frames of gutter balls or whatever. I mean, a legitimate game, 2 balls a frame, 8 straight 202s. Of course, some strikes. Of course, the only problem with that statistic for Stanley is that was also his high game of his life. So Stanley's high game being 202 meant that he didn't make much on the Pro Bowlers Tour. Mr. Lifetime, I've only bowled 202. And talking about great right here, Ricky Ward, lane 31, has not practiced for 6 months. You can see it in his game. But today bowling with his wonderful wife, Lisa, and the boss. Oh, we got a 5-bagger here on 36. Somebody's striking. Stanley Coders, plus 16 for 8. What was your high game? 202. What was your low game? 202. What's your average? 202. Let's see who's on 5 in a row here now. Oh, great shot there. Nice 6 and a spare, save some wood. You never know. That shot might make the difference between making the cut and not. You never know. We'll come back to that 5-bagger in a moment. Go back, and I don't want to miss it. Larry's Detention Center. Yes, Brian. And today's report card, just after being on the air for 30 minutes, is an F. You could take that any way you want, folks. Brian Sullivan wants to know, are we getting more viewing on Facebook or YouTube? Facebook, Brian. It depends on the event. Our scratch events crush them. And our action on Wednesday night with the length of the stream with the Oaks Farms League and then the action does very well. It seems like our lower numbers are with more of a handicap league scenario, but that's, understandable. The viewing audience today, wants to see a lot of strikes and a lot of great bowlers, and we understand that. But we do this for our bowlers. In other words, we want them to go home. If, they average 170, we want their family to see them. We want them to go home and the husband or the mother says, oh, I saw you bowling tonight, and this is for our bowlers, but obviously when we got online with it, we've developed a nationwide audience, and that was the surprise of all, was the amount of minutes watched at some of our events. Last week, it was just the scratch event on Sunday was 3,000 views, 25,000 minutes watched, and for us, that's fantastic. We feel very honored to have that happen. Tom Conan on. I was on about 6 hours Wednesday night, Joe, but keep in mind, I get paid $1 a word, so I don't mind the overtime. So I never shut up, and I get If I say 2,000 words, I get a check for 2,000. And if you believe that, you'll also believe that I have a full head of hair. Oh, look at that. Just shaved it over. Okay. Versus MacGyver. Throwing the ball good. Let's watch this gentleman right here now. On 6 in a row. Always want to get out of the chute with a big game. That Kevin Day? That looks like Kevin Day. That's a good shot there. Throwing the ball well today. Good to see. And again, there are some big scores being bowled now. Keep in mind, it's going to be a long day. 5 games. See our old scoring. We had to go to the old scoring lane. See the difference? Those are the scoring units that I wanted to burn. Little bonfire out in the back, but we had to use them. See, our wall for our billiard room, cornhole and darts, is going right there, right around lane 44, right where the small gutter cap is. The walkway is probably going to be lane 43, and there'll be a wall there between 43 and 4. Probably built right over the lanes, wouldn't surprise me a bit. I don't know. They might tear the lanes out. I don't think the panels are any good, but they will cannibalize the pin setters and use the parts. Ball returns will be gone. Those scoring units will be gone. That lady there throws it pretty good. Pretty aggressive there. Oh, yeah. Had a good game. Donnie Schwartz out of Port Charlotte. Atta boy, that 10-pin got tomahawked out of there.
Yes, I did right. Thank you.
What we have found here with our house shot, which was tweaked for the second half, our scores went up. I don't think they could get any higher. And the reason I say that is the carry will always be the carry. And the transition will always be there because of the age of the panels. So you got to move, unless you throw a urethane ball and you stay in the same spot all night, but you might not get the reaction and the carry power of resin. What we do find is we have a very happy house, I believe, because they are consistent day to day and week to week. The approaches are very good. They're buffed daily. And they used to be like glue. No one would bowl here. I've had people tell me they wouldn't come in here because they got hurt. But I think the main reason people bowl here is the fascination of the rebuild, the added money to the 2 great leagues, and Mary Berner's tournament schedule, combined with some really good food and an unbelievable staff of veterans. We cater to league bowlers and tournament bowlers. We cater to them. As far as we are concerned, this is not an arcade. We don't care about the electronic games. In fact, I hope they take them out and throw them in the dumpster. I'm old school. I like bowling centers. I like billiard and pool tables. I can see darts. I can see some cornhole and real good food. A lot of teaching here, a lot of lessons. And right now, a lot of happy customers. And it's the first time I've seen something like this happen in my life where an old bowling center that had a horrible, horrible reputation, all of a sudden is getting them coming in droves. And I think it's, again, they've sensed what I sensed. There's an energy when you walk in the door in here, and there's a very understanding staff of longtime bowlers that are not frustrated when you say things to them, and they have a legitimate answer for you. And I believe that's called customer relations and customer care. And Robert Eddy has this knack of shuffling the deck until he gets it. And right now, he's got it. We have got a great staff. And I'm just proud to be part of it, simply because if everything else around me was terrible, the staff was idiots, and the approaches were sticky, and the lanes were horrible, and the parking lot was black, and the carpets were dirty, and the food was terrible, my life would be miserable. All I'd be doing is listening to complaints. So it's just the opposite. Everybody's thrilled. It's amazing. Now, Colby Covington, right there, obviously with her father and Rakoski right behind her. See, she's struggling right now, and she's really good, and she can't find a pocket. She's got a double and a 1, 2, 3. This could be 4 opens, but look what's behind her, a possibility of 569 for 2. So right now, the team that I picked is a very strong team, but it's a team, and if Colby bowls 3 150s, they could have a problem carrying her. So that's the key. They're both scratch bowlers. They're not getting a lot of handicap. You got to have everybody on all cylinders in this one. Look at him slash that 7 out. That's a half 7 for most lefties. That ball's got such heavy roll that 4-pin just flipped right out of that gutter. That's a half 7 for a lot of lefties in this house. Very strong ball. Well, thank you, John Campbell. Believe me, every single bowler in this house is important to us. Even the ones that are a little finicky, that might be a little, what I would call, maybe you got to answer them more. Maybe they have more questions than most, or more complaints than most. But it's so minor, you take it in stride. But I'll tell you how you get the whole house complaining. Just have the lanes different every day. Have the approaches sticky, right? Have a settee area that's leaking water, where you can't walk anywhere because you're worried about sticking. You'll get them complaining. They'll turn on you in a minute. So, good Rakoski. He is just fantastic. To me right now, this is all up to this young lady right here, is to give her father and Rakoski support, because they're not getting any handicap. That's a good shot there. No, it went high, so she's in, out, in, out, in, out. And you can see the frustration. Light last time, heavy this time. Her last 5 frames are 8-8, 7-7-7 on the first ball. So she doesn't know where to stand and where to look. And she better not miss this one. And 156. And Hyro staying tough with Chrissy and Brad. Christine Friedon, welcome aboard, Christine. Thank you for joining us today. Let's watch my friend Ray Stevens, 778, Wednesday with 300. Tomorrow's sponsor, in a 9-pin no tap. And Bree MacGyver right there won the Florida State Ladies Handicap here, bowled her first 600 last night. First sanction. 600. One of our waitresses. Corey Bird right there at 27 won our 5-game handicap from Miami. Nice to see Corey back with us today. Just made that shot, left a 10-pin. A big contingent from Miami, and they have found a home here. They know. All our visitors know when they walk in here that we are waiting with open arms. After all, we're all bowlers. The only difference is the score. Let's watch this great legend now. The Bulldog, Ricky Ward. Ted Broughton right there. Ted Broughton comes over from Miami. Good bowler, doing the dance. Yes, Ted Broughton saying, yes, yes, I love to strike. Even though it was sloppy, I'll take it. And there's Ralph. Look at the size of Ralph Freed. Want to see a nice game on a big man. I always say this when Ralph comes here. Watch the balance at the foul line that this man had. This is a big man now. Probably 240, 250 pounds. Strong. But watch the knee bend at the foul line and watch the balance. How's that pose? Look at that. Is that pure or what? That's what it's supposed to look like. Just like that. The left leg slides, the right leg comes behind, and it stays there, and you could pose just like Jessica right there. See that left leg, the right one behind? Got Barry on tonight. Welcome aboard. David Shedrow, Deborah Anderson, Angel Zagarmordi. Welcome aboard. Thanks for watching us today from Southwest Florida. This is Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes Bowl. Let's check the scores here now. I want to see that Rokoski-Covington score. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if they're done. I want to see their score. Rokoski shot 290 and Covington 268. So they went 558, but Colby went 156. So they got 714 scratch, a great start. And the two veterans holding her up with the 156. 558 right behind her. How's that? Yes, Joe Panko. My dear friend, folks, Joe Panko's on. Longtime bowling enthusiast and a pro bowler. As a junior leaguer in Northern California, was on the same staff now, same sponsor, with Don Carter, Glenn Allison, Johnny Gunther, Pete Tomtis, Jim St. John, Buzz Fazio, Dave Davis, Ray Bluth, Carmen Salvino, Ted Hoffman, Mike Durbin, and the list goes on and on. It was called the Smallcomb Enterprises staff. Joe Panko was there the day Johnny Gunther shot 300 on February 20th, 1969. Joe is seen in the front row on that show in the audience. And my friend, since the summer of 1969, 52 years now, this coming summer, Joe Panko also very good friends with Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, and Clint Eastwood. And I'm not joking. Arnold Palmer, the King, Jack Nicklaus, the Golden Bear, and Dirty Harry. How's that one? The King, the Golden Bear, and Dirty Harry. Now that would be a triples team. Now Hyro, right behind Chrissy and Brad, and again, they will be a factor. Look at those scores, 225, 225, and Hyro with a 269. Great release, strong back-end movement, very good control. Gets that 7-pin out like it's butter, and there it is, Hyro Hernandez. And they go 7-19 in game one scratch, so they're going to be a factor, no doubt about it. $7.15, excuse me. A lot of big scores, you'll notice. 650, 638. 7-17 right here with Mark Jr. Mark Jr., who won a sweeper last weekend and really put a run on him Sunday. Almost made the top 5. And Mark Jr. looking real good with 279. Again, pretty good crowd in here now. Starting to fill up, as you can see. There's the bracket table, scoring table. Everybody turning in their sheets. Mary and Billy and Tavia doing the scoring. And the other side. Look at the size of that concourse, huh? No tripping over bags in here. When our new doors are in, we do expect to have 2 or 3 Audis in here, along with the possibility of another company we'll be talking to shortly about displaying their equipment. Won't be cars, but we're gonna put some goodies in that concourse for our major sponsors, simply because not only do we have the room, but we want to give them the best advertising for their dollars. Most bowling centers don't have anything like this, and the bowling center was built by Rafi Carrion in 1987, who built Galaxy Lanes in Bradenton, Galaxy Lanes in Sarasota, where the PBA Tour started bowling from 78 to 81, and Galaxy Lanes in Venice, where he brought the tour in 83 and then 85 and 86 for the US Open. And this house here, he built 4 houses right down the coast, all with settee areas and large concourses set up for tournaments. He was a visionary, still with us, lives in Vermont, but got out of the bowling industry about 25 years ago. But he was the original builder of this house, who I knew well because the tour bowled in Southwest Florida, or excuse me, Venice, which is pretty much Southwest Florida, of course, Sarasota. 7:15, 7:14 right there. Keep in mind, I'm going to switch pairs now. One game down, 4 to go, then we will cut to the top 12. Again, I'm Larry Lichtenstein. I do the live streams here on Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. For those of you that don't know me or have ever heard of me, I've been a bowling alley rat. I'm in my 61st year of living in bowling centers, parking in parking lots next to dumpsters, in at least 300 centers in my life. And I'm not joking. Parking lots in Seattle, Portland, Fresno, San Jose, Fremont, Union City, Pinole, Fresno, Torrance, Riverside, Los Angeles, Tucson, Phoenix, and the list goes on and on. Also have bill collectors in every city still looking for me. And that list goes on and on. Alameda, Redwood City, Anaheim, Norwalk, all in California. Oh my God, the list is ridiculous. Arcadia, Gable House Bowl in Torrance, and Bowling Square in Arcadia. Bowling Square in Arcadia in 1973, I met Angie Dickinson and Burt Bacharach. Met Angie, shook her hand. She was in movies with John Wayne, Frank Sinatra. Met Carol Shelby at Gable House Bowl, the famous Carol Shelby. Met General Chuck Yeager. God bless Chuck Yeager, who we just lost. Met General Yeager numerous times. Byron Nelson, the golfer of the decade of the 40s. Barry Switzer in Dallas. Here he won the Super Bowl. Danny Marino, Walter Payton, met some horses in my life, Johnny Unitas, Earl Weaver. Had a chance to meet Mickey Mantle and Muhammad Ali and didn't do it. And for the rest of my life, I look at myself in the mirror and ask myself, what was wrong with me on those days that I did not do that? Imagine having a chance to meet Muhammad Ali and getting a picture and Mickey Mantle, and I didn't go, and I had an invite. Not smart. John Huff watching today, the Huffer. USBC Eagle winner. Now managing Woodside Lanes in Naples, Bowland Woodside. Goldilocks sends her best to you, John. Your friend Goldilocks. That's an inside joke, folks. There's a boss. There's a boss. There's my boss. What's going on?
You hear about Tom?
Yeah.
All right.
She all right? She okay?
Don't feel nothing on this side yet.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Talking to Robert Eddy again. We want to send our prayers out to Tom Halota, our dear friend, who suffered a minor stroke this morning, was it, Robert?
Yeah, 1 o'clock this morning. Tom, if you're listening, we love you. Get some rest, get better.
We love you, brother Tom. We're with you.
Love you, babe. All right.
All right. Tom, an intricate part of this facility, has been involved in bowling since he was a young man, avid bowler, and helped to get this place started for Robert before we built our staff. Suffered a stroke last night, was resting comfortably, and we're praying for Tom and his family. Chrissy Sheets looking good. She bowls every tournament here with Anne Marie. You know, the regulars have been revitalized by this tournament schedule. You know, leagues are great. The leagues are wonderful. But tournaments are different because you don't have to bowl if you don't want to. And naturally, with doubles and triples, it's a whole different mindset because a lot of times you're bowling with people you don't bowl with. And it's a Saturday, it's not in the evening. You know, you're bowling in the daytime. And what I have found is the loyal tournament group that we have here has become a family here. And new friends have been made, and now there's more comfort because of it. It's their living room, and you could sense it when you walk in here. It's an amazing feeling, because when I came here, it wasn't here 21 months ago. Saturdays and Sundays 21 months ago in this bowling center were empty. There was no one in here. They wouldn't walk in the door. That's how bad it was. The parking lot was empty and had been empty literally for 10 years. But not now. This weekend, 280 bowlers bowling. And a lot of that has to do with our sponsors, and on right now is David Forbes, General Manager of Audi of Fort Myers, an avid bowler, and he has helped the image of this facility tremendously with his generosity of close to 100 two-day usages have been won. If you bowl 300 or 800, you go to Audi of Fort Myers, getting a brand new car for a couple of days. If you bowl 300 or 800 with handicap, and I believe we are the only bowling center in the United States offering that as part of our league package. I believe if this was an 80-lane center, we'd have 320 bowlers bowling. There's no doubt in my mind. And again, it's a handicap mixed league, and we live stream it. And that alone ought to tell you something, because there ain't a mixed league in the United States being live streamed. I'm talking with 16 cameras and a 36-week-a-year schedule. Not even close. So we're doing that because we love it. Joe Lassick on, David Rowell, Ken Smith, Kenny Fry, and Bobby Senson from Akron, Ohio. Welcome aboard, Bobby. Bobby Senson, great bowler. Jennifer Dover's doing the walk, or excuse me, lost it for a second. What's her last name? How could I miss her last name? Gotta have my head examined. Hold on a minute. Now it's driving me nuts. Bear with me. That was Michelle Benza. Actually having a senior moment here. Don't mind me, folks. Every once in a while, I've been having one of them. I don't think there's one in the world either, Matt. Again, the vision of Robert Eddy is so unique. I mean, this system, it's not perfect, but when it's done, it will be. And when the booth is up, we're making some changes. But just, and that's Tom Alota and Robert saying, yeah, let's live stream. Now, when they asked me if I wanted to do it, quite frankly, it didn't seem appealing because I didn't realize what it would be. But about a month in, sort of started to like it a little bit. And I said, you know, it's not so bad. And now I've been doing it about 14 months, and it's changed my life because of all of you and the conversations that we have and the comments, which are always nice and professional and positive. I've told people out of 20 or 30,000 comments, and you got to figure 300 a show, 4 days a week, 1,200 a week, 52 weeks, 60, 70,000 comments maybe. One bad one. I'm talking one. One. In a day and age where they can chop you to shreds just because they don't like what you say. So I'm very lucky, very proud of that somehow we've been able to not bring on the wrath of people who in our country right now, there's a lot of people very unhappy about many things, but if they are unhappy when they're on our stream, they're not. They seem to enjoy it and chill a little and sit in their living room and have a beer and watch something a little different, right? Oh boy, half a loaf. That's a tough shot in this house to make that. The loaf. Joe, did you meet Clint Eastwood when he was the mayor of Carmel, California? Is that when you guys became friends, or was it before that? You weren't in the movie The Outlaw Josie Wales. Joe, were you running with the Captain Redlegs in that one? With Bill McKinney and John Vernon? Were you part of the Bill McKinney, John Vernon, Let's Get Josie Wales team? I can't decide whether I like the Outlaw Josie Wales more or the Pale Rider more. Both of those are two of my favorites, but my all-time Western, and I have to, it's close, but for me, it's The Searchers. For me, it's The Searchers with a young Natalie Wood, and what a movie. The Searchers. Also liked High Noon very much with Gary Cooper. And last night, I watched The Magnificent Seven. And I was sad knowing they're all gone. I was watching Charles Bronson and Steve McQueen and James Coburn. Wow. How about the cast of that movie? Eli Wallach. Unbelievable movie. You work for Bing Crosby at Pebble Beach, 17-mile drive at Pebble Beach, Joe, right? Kelly's Heroes with Tally Savalas, right? I like Kelly's Heroes. Don Rickles, great movie. Carol O'Connor was in that movie. Archie Bunker. Okay, we're going to go to standings now. Let's see if we can get some standings in here for all of you. See if they're up after game one. Not yet. All right, we're working on it. Again, we got a lot of people in here today, folks, so you got to bear with us. There's some brackets. Look at Brad Stewart in there. Big names. 34 for Austin Andrews. A lot of bracket action. Whoa. Serious bracket action today. Jason Johnson. James Oswalt in 53. Brad Stewart in 63 brackets. Wow. That's scary. Robbie McDonald like Tombstone, huh? For me, it's Friendly Persuasion. I mean, the Searchers, but I wonder if Friendly Persuasion is considered to be a Western. It was during the Civil War with Gary Cooper and Dorothy McGuire and Tony Perkins. I thought Friendly Persuasion was just wonderful with Gary Cooper. Of course, High Noon with Gary Cooper and Grace Kelly was just fantastic. And Richard Wilkie, one of the, always played a villain, Richard Wilkie. He was in the Magnificent Seven, always was a villain, always got shot. He got shot more times than John Dillinger. Well, thank you, Wayne Carr. I am so honored to be in this position, and I mean it. You know, like I've said many times to many of our viewers, you know, there's not too many things left in the world of bowling for a 71-year-old dinosaur. And when Robert Eddy and Tom Halota decided to do this, at first, you know, I didn't even know if I'd like it. I'd never done it. You know, I've been interviewed hundreds of times and was on the live telecast many times with Burton and Durbin and, you know, with the PBA, but never was I local in the true sense. But it sort of just developed. Look at Rakowski there. Seen that many times here in this house. And all of a sudden, you know, with the cameras and the viewing audience, and there's Tuesday Tyler, check him out here now, folks. And this young man here has a great reaction in this house. He's going for number 8, and he's got it again. Been watching it all year. But, you know, for me, it's the perfect job, Wayne. I enjoy it. I know it helps our sport. Obviously, it helps Lightning Strikes. It helps our bowlers who love it, and their families who want to watch them that don't live here. And it's a win-win. I think that everybody realizes that it's a win for everyone. And I think that's the best part of all. Ownership, league bowlers, spectators, myself, and all of you that I become friends with. And here it is now, Team 31, and I'll tell you who that is. Bear with me. That's the only way we could do it. And Team 31 is the team of Jessica Herbat, Robert Eddy, and Jerry Michelanek. Very interesting. Team 2 at 650. I don't know who Team 2 is. The list starts at Team 3. Oh, excuse me. Team 5 is Deona Huffman, Mark Evans, and Gabe Roa. Team 41. No, I take that back. Got it wrong, folks. Bear with me. Team 31 is Marcia Tovar, Craig Vogel, and Mark Pulaski Jr. now leading. Team in second place is John Smith, Sarah Canastrassi, and Gary Seitz. Third place, Team 41 is Colby Covington, Dave Covington, and John Rakowski. Tied for them, and a tie for third is Team 44, who is Heidi Johnson, Johnny Johnson, Gary Rucker Sr., and in fifth, Team 46, Myra Gomez, Camilla Poirier, and Chris Best. Again, 735 is low. As you can see, very high scores with handicap. Ajay Kilo, Ajay. But what I was getting at is, prime example is Ajay Williams. I've never met her, but you know, when we become friends here in a way that's so unique that it's very real. It's a 2-3 time a week relationship. Cooper Gates is from Oregon, Paul Phillips, and many of the people on here I don't see. I haven't seen Joe Panko in 30 years, Bobby Sense in about 10 or 12. And for me, it's very rewarding, simply because we all love bowling. It's brought us together in the strangest way I ever thought in my life. But here we are. Well, I'm glad you're getting play out there, Doug and Cooper. Anything to get it kick-started. You know, I never thought I would see anything like this. And I've been around since, in bowling, since Eisenhower was president as a young boy watching it on television. I never thought I would dream of hearing states were shut down for bowling, pro shops, tournaments canceled. It really hurts, but we're America and we will be back and we will conquer it, and there's no doubt in my mind we will. Americans have conquered everything, every obstacle for 250 years, and we'll conquer this. We'll pray for our friends that we lost, and we'll move forward. That's all we can do. I had a dear friend from Syracuse just die a few days ago, Cliff Saliba. To my friends from Syracuse, we lost the most beautiful man. He was a PBA lane man in the 70s, pro shop operator in Syracuse for many years, avid bowler with his dad. And the Salibas were a household name in Syracuse. Dick, his father, and Cliff died of COVID this past week. I've lost a lot of friends now, about 7 or 8 friends from COVID, all very well known in their regions. Terry Leong in Las Vegas, and Rich Karuba, who was the national sales manager for Storm and ran 2 bowling centers in Las Vegas for the Coast Hotels chain. So we're all suffering with it. But we have to push forward and we have to beat it. Just like in World War II, we had to beat that, and we did. And we will beat this. Well, let's go get it. Where is it?
Bothering anybody. What am I waiting for?
Is Mike Allshire still in his office?
No.
Yeah, find out if he's still here. And Altman, who did miss in the 9th, carrying his team right now. Well, thank you, James Maynard. I don't know how this happened, but I've always loved the sport, obviously. I don't know. I find it hard to believe that I was sitting around here in a senior park feeding pelicans, which was a lot of fun, incidentally. And a year later, I have a 4-time-a-week live stream. And obviously, my years on the road and being a 6-time Hall of Famer has given me the credentials, but I think there's a little more to it than just credentials. You gotta love it. And I love it. I absolutely love doing this. And I even could put up with Mark Pulaski Jr. on lane 30. And that alone, ladies and gentlemen, that alone gets you the Medal of Honor. Good shot by the kid. Austin Andrews, big boy, leaning on it. That's about 270 torquing on that thing at the bottom of the swing. Wow. Big man there. The two-handers have just changed the world of bowling. beyond comprehension. I was watching Simonson the other day. My God, is he great. And Wesley Lowe shot 900 at his age. And the Bulldog shredding the rack. But, you know, I think all of us will admit when we love something, we're good at it. You know, it's just that simple. It's human nature. When you love something, you're usually real good at it. Like I loved not working, and I became very good at it. Let's take a look at it.
Got the word?
Bob Lockhart watching. Bob Lockhart from Sacramento, California, at the end of the San Joaquin Valley. You climb the mountain, climb I-5 north, get up to Redding, and then Lake Shasta. You talk about beautiful country. Crater Lake, oh my God. If any of you have never taken that ride, breathtakingly beautiful. And I took it, you know, for about 25 summers. Usually starting in Fresno or the Bay Area and then just on 5 north, right up to Seattle or Portland. Blew my bus engine in Susanville, California in the summer of '93. Stuck in Susanville for a day and a half before they could get a record there that tow me to Reno. That was a lot of fun. On the July 4th weekend of '93, or '92, excuse me. What a nightmare that was 30 years ago. Mike McKay on. All right, now. We're going to be watching scores here in Game 2. There's a big score there on lane 41. Let's go down the line here and see. Big score there. We're looking at 262, 254, and 160. So obviously the first bowler there having a problem. Right behind them, a lot of strikes. There's our owner, the boss, Robert Eddy. It's a nice game right there on Chris Best. Boy, he throws the ball good. Beautiful stroke. Dustin Katanikon from Scotland. And the Scotland we're talking about, folks, is about 6,000 miles east of New York. And we're looking for high scores now. Keep in mind, in Game 1, there was a couple of 700 scratch. So I want to take a real good look at the standings here again real quick. If you'll notice in Game 1, 3 teams, a 727, a 714, and a 715. But interestingly enough, look at the teams in 11th and 12th. 535, 566. So obviously, handicapped teams could have an advantage because the scratch teams, when these lanes change and transcend, are going to be shooting 700s. So the handicapped teams could come up the ladder. An interesting thought. We will find out. But we all know when you're on the fresh, this house is very high scoring. at Game 5, this house could have a serious problem for the scratch players who need to stay at a 230 to 240 pace to have a chance. So that could be interesting for the top 12 spots as we get into Game 4 when these lanes start to burn up. I'll admit there aren't too many high rev rates, but with those extra games, that oil's going to go. Bye-bye. And Rathjen finishing big with 270, bowling with his wife and his dad, but look at their scores in front of them, 2 150s. So again, it's triples, and a 270 doesn't do too good with 2 150s. Look at that, 161, 151. His dad's a very good bowler, bowled PBA Senior Tour stops, but up there in age now, hasn't bowled a lot, and just probably a little unsure of himself, and they run into, confidence issues. Start opening, and you're not sharp, and you know it. Dover's right here, starting to come back again. Really bowled bad for a few months, but right now, oh, that swing is there again. Look at it, great knees and balance. Look at that shot for Jennifer. Great shot. Jennifer looks strong again now, nice to see. Rich Carucci's on from the Hartford area. Rich Carucci, very good friends with my son Michael. Nice to have you aboard, Rich. Hopefully I'll see you in May or June. As soon as I get my shots, I'm coming up there. I'm going to drive up and leave a car, fly back home. That way I can start coming up there again 3-4 times a year and have a set of wheels waiting for me at Michael's house. I can't wait. I really miss Northern Connecticut and my friends that I went to school with. Ginger Gorell on. Welcome aboard, Ginger. Scott Cooper got that in. Really tugged it. Lucky that it held. Like they're finishing game 2. Keep in mind, 735 in 12th. This is triples. 735 in 12th place. So obviously, very high scoring as we speak. What it looked like. There's a mouse and a keyboard back there. Yes, they're in piles. They're in the piles. Take a look and set it up.
I'm gonna have to go through every pile.
Go ahead, set it up, see if it works. Plug it in.
I don't have a lot.
They have them. There's one in there. I know there is. I've seen them. You know, the interesting thing is, look at the team on lane 32, 122, 248, and a possibility of 259. So right off the bat, you can see there, the leadoff bowler could obviously be costing the team making the cut. That leadoff bowler now has to really get it going. That's why it's triples, a team effort. They bowl 5 games, Duncan. They cut to the top 12 teams. They bowl game 6. It's a position round game, 30 bonus pins to the winner, and we will crown a champion. Again, 138 bowlers bowling this squad, and tomorrow 142. And as you can see, it's real. Robert Eddy right there in the middle of your screen, he's the reason. They say what they want about me, but I ain't here if he doesn't do this, so I like credit to go where it's due. This owner is unique, different. He's a business entrepreneur, and he has decided to get involved in the world of bowling, and if there was a Robert Eddy in every community, this sport would be hopping. This is a different type of proprietor. It's very unique and very different. The only time I believe in my life I've seen it, because usually when these places go down the drain, they become junk piles. He went the other way, bought it, and has put well over $1 million into it, at least that. And the reaction from the local bowling community has been fascinating, because I don't think any of us can believe it. This place was shunned, and I'm not joking. And all of a sudden, it's just an amazing success story. You know, 30 people have jobs, and another 500, 600, 700 bowlers a week have found a home. And we are a happy family. And thank you, Ginger. It means so much to get the compliments, but believe me, without Mike Allshire and Ricky and Billy and Dave Stouffer and Terry and Mary Berner, it wouldn't be so easy. A great staff, unbelievable staff. Tomorrow's no tap, 9-pin, and this lady right here is the queen of no tap. She has had 2 900s. There's only been 3 bowled in 14 months of no tap. She's had 2 900s and 10 9-pin no tap 300s. There is no one close, and I mean no one. Well, Preston Willis had 900, but as far as her record of 2 9s and 10 300s, not even approachable, which is amazing, because in these events a lot of very good bowlers bowl. But Jennifer is really lined up well for the house, and she can hit the pocket 36 times in a row, and that's what she usually does when she's right. Well, Duncan, if you were to come in here, you'll sit with me in the booth. I'll let you do the whole show with me. You'd be my sidekick. Are you kidding me? You guys came here from Europe. I would be floored. I would be floored. There's the great Rakowski.
I gotta sit down. I'm tired.
There's Melanie Ortega bowling with her husband Leo. Melanie, avid bowler, bowls the 9-pin no taps, leagues, always bowls with Leo. Wonderful couple from Naples, Florida. Well, Ginger, that's so nice of you. Now, Robert made it very clear when he took over this place with Tom that if any staff member, and I mean I know this from day one, in any way was rude to a customer, they'd be shown the door. Now, I have a little mean streak in me, and luckily as I've gotten older, I've mellowed. But one of the things I thought about was the old what if. What if somebody comes up to you and gets in your face and starts saying a bunch of rotten things? How would you react? And my answer was, I would turn around, walk away, go into the manager's office, and ask the manager to remove him. But I would not in any way say anything back, which was one of my weaknesses. And I realized that for me, that's the way out of it, is you can't say something back, because if people see that madness, they see it. And I don't want them seeing it from me or anybody else in here. That I can tell you. You go to management, you let management handle it. That's why they run the place. And Mike Alshire is about 6'2", 240. Let him deal with him. Let him get him mad. Ralph O'Leary on. Welcome aboard, Ralph. Leon wants to know how Ginger's like in the Q7. I like that. Leon, why don't you ask me how I like my 95 Cadillac Fleetwood, Leon? I'm not knocking Audi, don't get me wrong, but my newest car is a 97 Mercedes S320. That's my newest car. That's 24 years old. My RV that I live in is 29 years old. I like driving old junks, Leon. It just brings something out of me. I just feel like I am a king in a 95 Fleetwood. Plus, if I get evicted, I can live in it. Oh, Brad Stewart with a great shot. Cassidy Bambaron's on. Hello, Cassidy. All right, let's check the scores now. See what we got. Still not in. Not yet. Okay, we should have him shortly. Bear with us. Oh, there's no payments, Paul. And no collision insurance either. If I hit somebody and the car gets totaled, it goes right to the junkyard. If it breaks down on the road, it goes right to the junkyard. If I don't like it, it goes right to the junkyard. And I can't sell them because I'll get arrested for fraud. Now somebody's got 5 in a row right here. Let's see who that is. Well, Joe Lassick, you're part of the family, you and your mom. I mean, that's really what it's all about. You know, in the old days, and that's what it was, the bowling center was your living room. And then it changed when the corporates came in and a lot of the chains came in where they were more about the business aspect and not about what I would call the relationship aspect. And as I watched it, You can't blame a guy who owns 8 centers and he's, mortgaged to the hilt, and so they go with what you would call less of a personality type personnel or knowledge personnel. They go for the cheap hourly rate. Everybody gets 12 an hour, and it's a revolving door of idiots. And I think that's what really hurt the sport, is there had to be a personal touch, and I believe that Robert epitomizes that, and that's what he wants his staff to be, is personal with the bowlers, where we all reach out to them and make them feel like they belong here. And they do. We want them here. It's a lesson to be learned. I think when COVID ends, a lot of proprietors that are going to try and get their customers back have to really focus on leagues, tournaments, and making their customers feel as comfortable as possible by really making sure there's no bad apples in there. And of course, for all of you, remember now the PBA Senior Tour coming here in April. I've got a lot of surprises that'll be coming over the next few weeks. I've been working on some tournament sponsorship with some great companies, and of course, with our new TV booth being built, we're going to have a lot of interviews. And in the booth, you can get 4 people at the same time with a green screen background, which means it'll look like an ESPN studio. It'll be a studio background, similar to this, but a studio background, which is really beautiful. It won't look like this, where you're on a green screen and, it's blah. It'll look like this with a studio look, and microphones at every chair, and camera angles that are perfect. And when we do, we will add something to this facility that does not exist in this country. And watch Crystal Stowell. Boy, does she throw the ball good. Atta girl, Crystal. Is that 5 in a row? Hope it is. No. Mr. Evans there with a 5-bagger, throwing it pretty good. Nice to see. Again, we will have, Leon, I'll know the sponsor of the booth pretty soon. We've talked to a major distributor here of alcoholic beverages, and they might not come aboard, but once we get a no from them, I've got another list I'm going to. Here we go now. There it is now. Team 21 is the team of Brianna MacGyver, Tyler Altman, and Scott Ruby. And look at those numbers. Team 16 in second place. Is Kim Giordano, John Radzaszewski, and Ralph Freed, bowling very well at 1198 scratch. And then Team 5 in third place is the team of John Smith, Sarah Canastrassi, and Gary Seitz. Team 10, look at that handicap there. Team number 10 in fourth place, and that could be a team to watch. Kevin Heinz, Steve Ackerman, and Christy Sheets. A lot of handicap. Team 31 in fifth place is Marcia Tovar, Craig Vogel, and Mark Pulaski Jr. Team 23 in sixth place is Lynn Mead Nally, Ronald Nally, and Jason Jones. Now, if you look at the scores, interestingly enough, the team in first with a 676, and the team in 12th, Team 26, goes 496, which is horrible. 686 in Game 2. So they probably had one of the lowest scores of Game 1 and the highest score of Game 2. Very, very interesting when you look at that number. 496, 686 for Team 12. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's a crazy jump there. I haven't seen anything quite like that. But in the world of bowling, anything can happen. Even somebody like me can get a job. I got 7 in a row right here. We're going to stay right here on 12 now. That's Mark Zell, bowling with his mother and father. And I'll tell you something. He's not a well-known name locally, but his game is fantastic. Watch the arm swing and the stroke of Mark Zell coming up bowling with his dad, Marlon, and his mother, Terry, and they've got a pretty good game going right now. I'd love to see the Zells make it. Marlon's got a nice game for one of our seniors. Watch Mark, his son. Mark, a wonderful young man. Not a young man anymore, but I knew him as a young man. Got a little gray coming in. Watch the stroke. I mean, you talk about a beautiful arm swing. Bowling with his mom and dad. That a boy. Come on, hard. Yeah. Mark Zell. Bowling with his mom and dad. I love it. There's his mom, Terry. Terry throwing it pretty good today. And here we go on lane 13. That's Brian Stillwell with his wife Crystal on 5 in a row above him. Now Brian for number 7, I believe. Is that Brian for 7? No, that's the other side. So that wasn't Crystal. I don't know who the lady is on 13, but this gentleman here, Mr. Evans, on 6 in a row with 5 in a row right above him. So they're making a little move. Great shot. And we got 6 in a row here, so we got some strings now, folks. We're going to stay on these numbers. So lanes 9 and 10, we got Mark Zell, 13 through 16. Got Mr. Evans. And 17 through 20, we got it right here. So we got Pheasant Tracks and Lightning Strikes. And Rick Wilbur's on. You all know Rick Wilbur. Rick Wilbur has the pride and distinction to be the father of Big John, who bowled the 34th 900 series in bowling history. I know John Wilbur and Rick, wonderful, wonderful people from Vermont. And if those of you that don't know where Vermont is, it's just a little south of the North Pole. Vermont doesn't have spring and summer and fall, folks. Vermont has winter. I know, Rick. I had to do that. got another string here too. So what we've got, ladies and gentlemen, is several lanes right here with large strings. So we're going to have to really keep our eyes open here to catch everybody. I don't want to miss anybody here. And I got to do a lot of camera jumping right here to get this right. Go back here now. And Zell got the 9th one. So we know now he's got 9. We're just going to stay on these 2 lanes right here, folks. I can't move it enough to catch everybody. But we got it here too. Oh my God, this is crazy. That's Lee Ratchin right there, I believe. This is Lee Ratchin now, I believe. Let's see. No, that's not Lee. Boy, it could be his father. Now that would be great. Is that Tracy with 9? With 8 in a row? That's Tracy Pekasic with 8 in a row. Wow. We got to get back to watch Tracy. That's, I did not know that, folks. Let's watch Mark Zell right here now. 410. How's that shot? Wow. We're going to stay right here and watch Mark Zell. And the Zells will make a move because the mother and father are getting a little handicap. And this is going to be exciting here. And here's Mr. Evans. Oh, and he left a 4-pin, so he just, his string ended. Okay. Now Mark Zell for number 11. Oh, and he caught a break there, broke it down. All right, Mark Zell now, going for 300, and quite frankly, what could be better than bowling in a tournament with your mother and father and shooting 300? You talk about a dream come true. And this is going to be one of his proudest moments if he gets this one. Come on, Mark. Trusted it. Come on, 10 in the pit. Yay! Trips to 4. Mark Zell getting a 5 from his father. How about that? That's what bowling's all about. Bowl 300 with your mother and father. I never did that. I don't know many people that have. Right now, so Mr. Evans' string ended. Right here. Now this is very interesting because Tracy is bowling with Lee and Lee's dad, and she's carrying the team, and she's the low average on the team. So what we have here is one of the historic moments, simply because we have a lady that can bowl 300, and we love that. Carrie Burden had one here during the Florida State. Jessica Herbot had $2.99 the other night, leaving a ring in 10 for $2.99. And Chrissy Stewart hasn't had one yet. So Tracy's going to get up here right now. They're on 17 through 20. And here's Jairo Hernandez. Now Jairo for number 8. I'm going to bring the camera right back to Tracy. Oh, and he flower pots the 7. See that carry? Amazing for Hernandez. Now let's watch Tracy Kosick out of Naples. And I'd love to see her throw 300. Come on. Ooh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Hard. Get over the, yeah, right. And she is pumped. That's number 10. Or is it number 9? Let's see. Was that 9? Oh, I thought it was the 10th frame. Okay. We got a frame to go. We'll come back to her in a moment. Getting exciting now because it's becoming very high scoring. Now Jairo is bowling with Chrissy Stewart and Brad Stewart. We all know Brad Stewart's capable of 300 every time he picks up the ball, so that's interesting. And Jairo is carrying the team right now. And look, Dave Covington with 258, and Rakoski can go 268, and this time Colby bowled 206. So now that team's right in the hunt again to make a big move. And the great Rakoski, just effortless power. Now Lee and his father right here have to be thrilled about this because obviously Lee's father bowled the senior tour, and Lee is one of the best bowlers in Southwest Florida. And right now, Tracy has got 9 in a row. We're going to watch my friend Tracy right here. Come on, Tracy. You can do this, honey. Oops, pulled it. Got to go Brooklyn. Got to get a break. Oh, no. Just squeezed it. Just never got it right. Didn't give it a chance. That's all right. A little bit of nerves. We've all had those, folks, haven't we? I'm going to go down the line and see what we have here. We'll come back to 27-8 shortly to watch Jairo Hernandez. Watch Austin Andrews. Watch this guy right here. He just flat leans on it. That's a big man right there. Look at that. All right, so we're going to go back to Jairo. Now, this is key for Chrissy right here. She's got to pick up some wood. Right now, her and Brad are struggling, which is pretty rare. I mean, there's a great shot here. Ooh, got a break. That a girl, Chrissy. And that's important because now with 2 games to go, scores as high as they are, you got your anchor man with a possibility of 300. And the 2 bowlers above him are both shooting 170, and they're both really good. Chrissy and Brad shooting 170. It's 50 pins under their averages. So she's got to put this out. Yeah. See that ball spinning, way too much spin. She needs to get a grip change and get some more lift on the ball. She's coming right over the top. And it's just helicoptering and deflecting an impact. And it's too much spin. The accuracy is always going to be there because she's always been very accurate. But the release is just right over the top of the ball. And if I was drilling her ball, I would have some pitch changes and get that ball lay on her hand a little different. But that's just me. Yeah, I saw the temperatures there this morning, Cooper. That's why I said that. My friend David Bate, 10 degrees in Cranston, Rhode Island, so I knew that Vermont would be 0 or so. And I love doing that, although it's not nice. I just have a habit of doing that about the weather. I always tell Joe Baxter in Detroit in January and February, glad you're enjoying the weather up there. And, he's from Southwest Florida. I shouldn't be doing that. Asking for trouble. Okay, now we're going to watch Brad. See, Brad and Chrissy, look at that. Now, keep in mind, that's one of the strongest teams in here. I mean, all 220 averages. But look at Chrissy and Brad, nothing. And this is a day where they're definitely playable. So right now, both mother and son really fighting it. Jairo Hernandez has had at least 2 300s that I know of this year here. The left-hander. He's got a great roll on the ball, very fast release. Arm swings loose. And just the ball really shoots off his hand and enters perfect entry angle into the head. It's a plane into the swing. It's a perfect plane in the swing for that release because it's not a strong release, but the ball really revs. Watch this thing flip. Nope, too much. All right, really caught it. Okay, let's move it down a little. See what we got here. There's Mark Zell and Marlin and Terry right now with a big score there. They're going to make a giant move with that game. Now Jennifer Dover's team right here, if you'll notice, 224 with an open in the 10th. Dover's right here can go out for 247, and their anchorman 268, so they're going to make a move. Whoa, that surprised me. And look at Colby Covington, her dad with 258, and Rakoski with 257. And that's, if Colby does that and shoots 200s, they got a chance to lead this thing. It's up to Colby. We know the two guys can strike. Colby right now, that was a much better game in game 3. This team right here with Craig Vogel and Mark Pulaski Jr., obviously they're bowling well today. Craig Vogel spends his winters down here, a New York State proprietor, and really a fine, fine man, avid bowler, and comes from a great region of very serious bowlers, great bowlers. Watch Austin Andrews. Watch this big man right here, thumbless. Watch the power at this release. Whack. Wow, that's serious there. He's a good bowler. The two-handers just create such power. It's amazing to watch it over and over. Oh, there's a messenger. Yes, sir. Better late than never, right? Let's go back to the standings and check out brackets. And let's see who's in a bunch of brackets here. Jennifer Dover's in 23, Austin Andrews 16. Jason Johnson's in 32. Lee Ratchin in 26. Big bracket action there. We'll check out the pots. Chris Best winning. Tyler Altman. Rakoski. Well, that's big scores in those pots right there. And we'll go go back to the live action and get ready for scores in Game 3. And for all of you people that just came on, you're watching the Heinz 57 triples at Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes Bowl in Fort Myers. The way it works is in one female bowler, one bowler over the age of 50, one bowler under the age of 50. It's 90% of 235 is the handicap. They bowl 5 games. We're now in Game 4. They cut to the top 12 teams that'll bowl a position round game, 30 bonus pins to the winner, and we will crown the first Heinz Trios Championship. Tomorrow is the 9-pin no-tap doubles, sponsored by Paramount Residential Mortgage Group and Ray Stevens. 142 bowlers bowling tomorrow in the 9-pin no-tap. We're on the air again tomorrow at 1:30. So this weekend here at Lightning, 138 today, 142 tomorrow, 280 bowlers bowling here in Southwest Florida at Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes Bowl. And Ricky Ward today, right there, the 6-time PBA Tour champion, bowling with Robert Eddy today. And Ricky's wife, Lisa. Ricky is our Pro Shop manager here. The Pro Shop off the charts monthly. This month did 30,000 customers in there morning, noon, and night. In a pandemic, the amount of support that they're getting in there is unheard of. A great craftsman, was a great bowler, a great driller, and takes a lot of time with his customers. He goes on the lanes with everybody, and he gets their positive access, watches a bowl, recommends a ball, makes it fit. And the customers love what Ricky does for them. He has found a niche. You know, it took him a while to find something that he loved. And told me last night and this morning that for the first time in 15 years, he's found something in his life that he loves to do daily. And it's very tough for a lot of pros that come off the tour to find something at the local level. It's not easy. And was on the road 15 years, and when he came back here, he just didn't have the right opportunity in the right facility, and this place came about, and now Ricky is part of the fabric here with Robert. Today's bowling with our owner. And the work, the craftsmanship, like if I was still player service director on the tour, I would beg him to work for me. I would beg him. I'd pay him a lot of money to be on my trucks with me. He's great. Brittany Anderson on James Alshire. Marsha Milton, welcome aboard. Barry Seitz. Ed Sharkfinacker, Gabe Roa, welcome aboard. George Matiska, thank you so much for joining us here at Lightning Strikes in Fort Myers. You're watching our inaugural Heinz 57 triples event. Jerry McAlanick finishing this game here is the sponsor of our 5-game handicap event. He's added $500 a month for the next 6 tournaments, or 5. We did run one in January. Jerry Royal Palms Realty. Jerry out of Wisconsin. Another one of those Wisconsin bowlers that strike blindfolded. All right, we're now in Game 4 of this 5-game qualifying event. Keep in mind, at the end of Game 5, we do make the cut. We'll have 12 teams in the cut. But look at the standings again, and look how high the scores are here. Right now, it's taken 7:20 a game to make it. So as you can see, 1448 with handicap gets you 120 pins out of first. And if you look at the team leading, they're at about 790, 785, right? 785 a game. 1302 scratch with a lot of handicaps. So as you can see, big scores here at Lightning. It'll take a ton to make it. Figure 700 a game, 5 games, going to be around 3,500. Let's see. I would say, as silly as that sounds, I think 3,500 might be a very realistic number. Keep in mind, I usually make predictions, but I've never predicted one like this before. This is our first one. But it looks like 3,500. Joe, the winning trophy are Heinz 57 ketchup bottles. Joe? Now, Mark Zell, who bowled 300 last game, catching a couple breaks in the 10th. But that's what it takes. I mean, how many times have we thrown 9 in a row, left a ring in 10 or a solid 8 or 9? He did catch a couple in the 10th, but as far as I'm concerned, he deserves it. 12 is 12. And we'll be watching him come up next. Debbie Maxwell is watching. Boy, that's a lot of ball right there. Beautiful. All right, that's 4 in a row for Zell, coming off of 300, so we know he's got at least 16 in a row. I know. He's on 20 consecutive strikes. He ended the first game with 4. Bowled 12 in a row. I was watching, but I didn't realize he ended the first game with 4. I watched his 300, and I'm on him now. I have been. So that's 20 in a row for Mark Zell right now. I'm going to put it on split screen for a minute, folks. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back, and obviously Zell missed that one.
I sent him over to that message to you.
Yeah, and I,
23 ball.
yeah.
Very pocket tested.
So Zell ends his string with 20 in a row, which is fantastic bowling for the young man. And now we'll watch right here. Wall shot there for Gary Rucker. Out of the way. Now tomorrow, keep in mind, watching Jennifer here, like I was telling all of you earlier, 2 900s in the 9-pin no tap. Only one other bowler's bowled 900. That was Preston Willis. There's been 3 in 14 months. She's got 2 of them. And 10 300s. And when she's right, and it looks like her game's coming back, she's deadly. And she's got her swing nice and loose again. Good footwork. Oh, yeah, she's right there. See it? Getting right through it. And Jennifer Dover's, formerly out of Phoenix, a really good bowler, and was having some problem throwing a ball for about 2 months. I thought she was injured. Then she told me she had a one of those things where she couldn't swing the ball. She had a fear of swinging it, that her thumb was going to come out, and just couldn't make a shot. It was a mental block, but she looks like she's ready. Great to see her throwing it well again. Now this is the team I picked right here on 29 and 30. Colby Covington, her father Dave, and John Rakoski. And to me, it's up to Colby. The team wins or loses depending on her bowling today. I don't want to put pressure on her, but the two guys, you know, are going to average 230 or better for the 5 games. They're both going to be between 1150 and 1200 for their 5. It's a question of how she bowls, but they don't get any handicaps, so she's got to really bowl good, because they can get beat easily with 230 averages and 0 handicap. Right now, both of them are higher than that their first 3 games, I believe, but it's a team event, and all 3 got to bowl well. This is not a situation where one bowler can carry you. I really don't believe it. Not with the strength of these teams in here today. There's 46 of them. So if 20% of them, or 8 teams are explosive, one bowler is not enough. And possibly 2 might not be enough if the third bowler is averaging 140 or 150. Rakoski went 290 in game 1. Again, the great bowler. 2 True Amateur Challenge championships in Las Vegas. She's a great player. And He lives in the pocket. Jamar Battle on today. Hello, Jamar. Olivia Jetmer, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming on, everybody. Well, here goes Altman again now. Keep in mind, Altman explosive in this house. Got that Pac-Man shirt on. That's an old design there, Pac-Man. I had hair when that thing came out. Wow. Okay, scores are up. Here we go, folks. This should be fun watching this. And there it is. It looks like fifth place is going to be 3,500. It didn't drop. After 3 games, 12th place, is averaging 719 or 718 a game. Look at that. 2156 in 12th. And Team 20 leading with 2259. Team 20, the team of Patty Cooper, Jennifer Dovers, and Scott Cooper. And there they are, bowling great with 2016 scratch. Fantastic bowling. Team 41 in second. That's the team of Colby Covington, Dave Covington, and John Rakoski right on them. And then look at that, 14 pins back. Team 11. With Elaine Madugdo, Mark Madugdo, and Ray Sansavoie. Interestingly enough, this is the first time you've seen teams 1, 2, and 3 with 700, all 3 of them. Okay, very interesting there. In the third game, scores dropping a little bit, but look at their 3 700. So what it tells you, any team that shoots 700 now is going to make a giant move. But look, 717, 721, 732, 700, 712, then a 714, and that's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 700s visible in game 3. In game 2, no 700s visible. Interesting. So they're going up tremendously. If you look at it now that I see it, it looks like they're opening up because we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 700s in game 3 and none in game 2 and 1, 2, 2 in game 1, 3 in game 1. So it looks like scores getting higher. Okay. Yep. We'll check out brackets now. That'll be interesting. It looks like Austin Andrews winning 12 brackets. Jennifer Dover's taking 19. She ain't afraid to bet it up. Jason Hansen in 21. Donnie Schwartz in 20. Brad Stewart having a bad day in brackets. Not a good day for him. Let's check pots. Here's the pots. Nassau's. nothing. And back to the live action in game 4. It definitely looks like 3,500 to make the cut. Tremendous scores, my God. Might not have gotten a pot, Leon. If the 300 isn't in it, that means he didn't enter it. And that's an option. Well, if you look at the leaders, you just multiply 2259 divided by 3 is what? 750 is 2250. So it could very well look like 1,500. Could look like 3,700, 3,650 to 3,700 to lead it. 3,500 to make the cut. Wow. That's scary. Oh, that's a nice roll on that ball. She throws it good. Great, great shot for the solid 7. See that ball pick up? Plenty of tilt. Strong lady there. Bernie Hall watching. Welcome aboard. Tommy Kress, my dear friend from Rochester, New York. Yeah, the 875 the other night, Joe. Ryan Tamburino. You know, you just never know. No one expected that here. And no one expected it from a man that never bowled here in his life. And you know, a lot of the big guns here, they can't get close to that number. Stouffer, you know, Alshire, Rakoski, Evan Baranecki, Ricky Ward, none of them can get even close to that number. And I don't know if they ever have. That's a big number. I'll never forget as a young boy when Fred Wolf would talk about Allie Brandt's 886, 297, 289, 300. And I'll never forget when I met Allie in 1974. And I stared at him. He was, in his 80s when I met him. And he was not big, not a big man, maybe 130 pounds tops. And I remember staring at the man that had the high 3-game record in 1974 at that time, since 1938. So he had it for 36 years at that point. And it wasn't broken until Sonnenfeld broke it in 97. He had the record for 59 years. 59 years. Some of bowling's records that lasted lot of people don't realize about the high season average record. In 1933, Walter Skang, S-K-A-N-G, Mercurio, averaged 238 in Cleveland in 1933. That record lasted till 1972, when Mike Durbin broke it in Chagrin Falls, Ohio. Then 2 years later, it was broken by John Johns from Canton, Ohio. Then it was broken by Jim Lewis from Schenectady, New York. Then it was broken by USBC Hall of Famer Bill Spigner, living in the north side of Chicago. And now here's the payoff of all time. Mercurio's record lasted 39 years, from 1933 to 1972. In the last 49 years since Durbin broke it in 1972, it's been broken 5,000 times. So, when you think about that for a minute, you say, how's that possible? Well, 10 times a year in every state, 8 times a year in every state, 5 times a year in every state. Well, there was one league in East Hartford, Connecticut that 7 guys had it in one league. They averaged over 238 or more. Look at Wisconsin, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, where you've got a stronghold of great bowlers. It's conceivable Michigan might have 15 people a year that have broke it for 30 years. Well, that's 500 just in Michigan alone. So, amazing. But nobody can break DiMaggio's record, and nobody can bat 400 since Ted Williams. No matter what they do to the baseballs and the bats, nobody can do it. Scary. Robert Eddy, our owner. Oh, I know, Tommy. I've been thinking a lot about Cliff. We lost in my travels, I had so many friends across the country, but not only did I have many friends, but Cliff Saliba from Syracuse, New York, came from a great bowling background, his dad. Cliff was also a lane man for the PBA when I was player service director in the 70s. And he passed away of COVID a few days ago. We lost another one. And last week, Rich Karuba passed away, COVID related. 2 months ago, Terry Leong out in Las Vegas. So all of a sudden now, we're starting to have a list. And it's not the list I wanted to talk about, but we must remember our friends who were not only great bowlers, but contributed to the sport in their local communities. And Terry Leong was a proprietor, and Cliff Saliba was a pro shop operator with his dad and a bowling center owner. And Rich Karuba worked for Storm and managed the Gold Coast in Las Vegas. And another hotel. So these are big names in their local areas for sure, and well known because they bowled as pros and traveled the country with the PBA. So about 3 in 2 months, not good. Doug Kirk on. Rob Sefton, Jaime Zavala, welcome aboard, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I was telling some people that I think every year the high average winner in the United States should have their picture in the USBC Hall of Fame in Arlington for a year and given an award. And that award should be hung on a wall. Every year, if you lead 1 million bowlers in average in this country, you get the National High Average Award. Why the USBC doesn't do that, I find it's a Hall of Famer. I find that to be very puzzling simply because if you beat 1 million bowlers in a league season, I don't care what the lanes are like. It makes no difference to me. They're all easy in most parts of the country. If you beat 1 million bowlers, that should be an award. I'm hoping that the next time I see Chad Murphy, I could convince him of that. The old saying, better late than never. And there should be a wall that is dedicated to the highest average each year. And they can find that. I believe they have that in their database. Every person that had a high average should be on that wall for every year, like they show the winners at the Nationals of the teams and the singles and the doubles and how many years people bowled over 50 years, things of that nature. And they could call it the Glenn Allison Award. There's a lot of things they could do. I think it lets a bowler know it wasn't just the high average, because it's in the National Museum and Hall of Fame, and it stays there. Tom Carter's record, or Jeff Carter's record, right now one of the greatest records in our sport, and if you look at Rakoski now, or the Patty Cooper team, it looks like they've got a big number going here, so let's keep our eyes on that. The PBA every year used to give out the George Young High Average Award. Now I think it might be the Harry Golden High Average Award. And again, they announce that's the bowler with the highest average, and it's documented. It's in a yearbook. I would just like to see that for the local bowlers that never have a chance to go on a tour. You lead the nation. Why not? Eric Brunson on. Men and women, Joe. Absolutely right. I'm waiting for the first woman to bowl 900 and beat Liz Kulikin. All they need is the first 35. That's all. They just need the first 35 to beat her and keep the ball on the lane on the 36th one. Liz Kulikin bowled at a town bowling academy in Schenectady. I coached there in 2014 and 15 for the Capullo family, set up my CAT system there. She bowled 890, ring and 10, sheet, 35 in a row. All right, now Dover's and Cooper, right now, this could take the lead. Keep in mind, they were in second. Look at this game. Check this game out, folks. And Dover's is back. It's the best she's looked probably since last fall. So now they're definitely a factor and a team to beat. along with Rakoski, Colby Covington, and Dave. But right now, look at the numbers they got. They got 226, the possibility of 258, and possibility of 300 is 784 scratch. Ring and 10 for Jennifer. Great shot. Yep. She's cool. What a wonderful lady. Out of Phoenix. A lot of friends. Michelle Benz on 28. Won a 40 framer in Las Vegas with Jennifer 2 years ago. Well, they came home champions from Las Vegas. All right, there it is. Great game. 248. So Scott Cooper now, who has been bowling fantastic in recent weeks, works the United States Postal Service here at the main branch in Fort Myers. How about that young 16-year-old girl on the ladies' tour, Jillian Martin? Wow. I watched her throw the ball the other day at 16. My God, she's fantastic. All right, Scott Cooper now for number 10. 10 in the pit. You're a big boy there. And they have launched into the lead this game, folks. No doubt about it. And they have a chance for 774 if he strikes here and shoots 300. It's 774. Two ladies and a lefty. Perfect combination. Delivering the mail on that one. Okay, Scott Cooper for 300. Mark Zell earlier. Scott Cooper bowling with his wife Patty and the great Jennifer Dovers. The 12th shot for 300. Boy, just pulled it. See that? It was left it right at the arrows. Didn't get it off the hand. That's nerves. A pull is a squeeze, and we're all human. But a great game to launch them into the lead. They by no means have a lock, but big scores as we go down the line here. I knew this was a pretty strong field when I saw it this morning. We've got big scores. Ricky is hilarious. Sandy Combs on. You know, Rick, with these girls today, somebody's going to do it soon. Somebody will do it. You know, Shannon O'Keefe and the girl from the Nyax there, Stephanie, and there's just so many good ones now. I can't think of the girl's name from the Nyax around Terrytown, New York. She's fantastic. Somebody will do it. And it wouldn't surprise me a bit if it's a two-hander, too. A young kid comes along that's learned how to do it, young, a lot of physical, a lot of eye and hands, strong legs, strong upper body, and can rip it. And it would not surprise me at all if the woman that does it with two hands. They're teaching it everywhere in this country. And as these kids come up and learn it at a young age, along with these nuclear balls, it's a great possibility. That game on Jessica Herbot, huh? Pretty good. 267. Bowling well this week. 299 on Tuesday. And she's getting loose about halfway through the season here, 2/3 of the way through the season. Best I've seen her throwing the ball since we've been live streaming. She's got a fantastic physical game, but doesn't bowl a lot. But I think between the leagues and tournaments on weekends, she's getting sharp. But look at her game. It's solid. Great game, 265. Nice to see ladies bowling well. It used to be they could never keep up with the men. They didn't have the power at the release point, but that's changed. They can not only keep up with them. When Kelly Kulik won the Tournament of Champions 11 years ago at the Red Rock, that made the statement that the party's over, that women can keep up with men. And, of course, Jerry Edwards winning the doubles in the USBC, and who's the girl that won the singles there and shot 8-11? Wendy McPherson. So 2 girls won Eagles, and a lady won the Tournament of Champions. That's enough for me. They can keep up. Plain and simple. Numbers don't lie. Rayoff did it with a Black Beauty, Cooper. Did it with a rubber ball. When Allison shot 300, he did it with a yellow dot. Cooper, Orf's 890 was with a Black Beauty. And I bowled against him using that ball in 1972 at the American Airlines Open in St. Louis. He made the finals with that ball later that year after he bowled 890. And I made the finals in that event. And when we went down to bowl our match and he laid it down on the rack, I looked at him and I says, "Is that the ball?" He says, "Yes, it is, Larry." And I said, "Can I touch it?" And he said, "Yes, you can." And I did. I went up, stared at it, and I also held the ball that Glenn Allison shot 900 with. So in my life, as a younger man, of course, I had that thrill of doing both. For the 2 men that broke Allie Brandt's record, but unfortunately it was not recognized until Jeremy Sonnenfeld did it. Crossing 3 pair of lanes, they had to sanction that one. They couldn't say no to a guy crossing 6 lanes and bowling 900. You talk about a way to set the record. That was the way to do it. You know, this is, for a lot of these people, 5 games in one day is a lot. You know, when you think about it. Especially with 2 other teammates. And it makes it, you know, a long day. Well, Sonnenfeld did it with resin, but I think in defense to Sonnenfeld, crossing pairs, no familiarity with, you know, you practice in game 1, you bowl 300, but in games 2 and 3, you move pairs and you know, you got to throw 24 strikes, 24 shots, no practice. I think that legitimized his 900, and the USBC had to sanction it at that point. They could not say that the pair of lanes was illegally dressed, especially when there are other bowlers in front of you and you're not with them, and they've already bowled on the pairs, and you still shot 24 in a row. Crossing pairs is pretty tough. I think it's only happened once in the PBA. The senior from North Carolina did it at the Villages one year. He shot 900, the first PBA 900, crossing pairs. I don't know if it's been done again in the PBA crossing pairs. I don't know. I know the fella that did do it was a senior on a PBA senior tour. And most of the time they've been on one pair of lanes, to the best of my knowledge. I think only twice they've been on three pair of lanes. Sonnenfeld and the fellow on the PBA senior tour. The Newsday in Long Island was 85 games, but that was over 3 weekends, Cooper. The All-Star was 100 games. The World's Invitational was 100 games in Chicago. The All-Star was 100 games. Peterson Points, when they ran it. First All-Star was won in 1942 by Johnny Crimmins from Detroit. Stayed the All-Star till 1971, then it became the U.S. Open. The first U.S. Open was held at Dracula 32 in Minneapolis-St. Paul. It was won by Mike Lemongello, who beat Tita Semez. Semez opening in the 10th to lose the U.S. Open, throwing a 4-6 to lose. Needed the mark, threw a 4-6. I actually drilled the U.S. Open winners where I physically laid out the ball on my own, where they said, let's do your magic. Moser's in 76, Petraglia's in 77. Didn't do Burton's in 78. Did Steve Martin's in 79 and Berardi's in 80. '81, I think I did Holman's in Houston. Don't remember if I drilled Husted's in 82. Drilled a lot of U.S. Open winners in my life. Probably 10 or 12 where I physically put the holes in them and drilled them. That's just that one. But what a thrill it was to drill a U.S. Open win. Huh, are you kidding me? Put you in orbit knowing you did that. See the scores now. These last two games, the fourth and fifth, other than Jennifer Dobers and Scott Cooper and Patty Cooper, I figure are the burn games now. Now you got the transition, and that might hurt some of the scratch teams more than the handicap teams. So it should be real interesting here in Game 5. Again, at the end of this game, there will be about a 20-minute break. And then we will run the position round. See, now Colby with a couple of spare misses there. And she's not bowling as good as she was a few months back. She looked a lot sharper. But look right here, David, her dad, with 4 and Rakoski, and they are the leaders. I don't know the score yet, but the 4-game score, but I'm sure they're the leaders. So I don't think they're going to drop out of the top 12. It's just a question of how high they are. But right now, David with 4, John with a couple spares and a double, so they look real good. Colby can catch a triple and get close to 200. Excuse me. Wow. Tough. Freddie Ice Engels throwing that same ball now for 2 years. Probably the only ball he owns. I don't think I've ever seen him throw another ball. He's amazing. There's some people that bought 40 balls since he's bought that one. Rakoski, that's about all he's going to leave is the weak one. Breaking it a little late. Yes, Joe, sorry about that. It's pretty chilly in here, and I got a little tickle. That's all it took. Greg Vogel looking pretty good today. Now, Lane Madugno and Mark Madugno in the hunt here. They have bowled well in these tournaments in recent weekends. And the Lane right there, had a great roll on the ball. That's a couple that didn't bowl for 10 years, had 3 kids. Started bowling again recently, but neither one of them threw a ball for 10 years. And they've done very well in our weekend events. Okay, scores are up. Here we go. And there it is. Look at those numbers. Look at the Coopers with the high score of the day. 772. These are scratch numbers. They're bowling fantastic. And they are the only team that game that bowled 700 by a lot, I might add. It looks like the next highest score after them is 683, to the best of my knowledge. So scores really dropping in game 4. If you look at game 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 700s. Game 4, 1 700. And the high game of game 4 is 689 with Jerry McEllannick still averaging 700 a game. Remember I said 3,500 to make it. That's going to be a lock. Look at that. There are 83 pins over the 700 number, so you figure 720. It could be 3,550 to 3,600 to make it. No doubt about it, which is crazy. But there it is. And it's just a question of how much the Coopers can get here. The Covington team, I'm glad they got the names in, so now we can see a little more about what's going on here. But keep in mind, it's 30 bonus pins, so any team within 30 of the leaders is 2. Cooper and Seitz, then it dropped, no, I take that back. They're 108 behind the Coopers. The Coopers could literally sew it up if they were to shoot 700 again. I don't know if that's possible. But they shoot 720, 730 again, they're going to run away and hide. And we're going to look for them right now and put the camera on them because right now that is a great performance. We've never had a runaway going into the position round game in our history. It's always been close enough where the teams 2nd through 5, 6, or in singles could come up and win. But right now they are 108 pins ahead of second, and it's far from over, but trying to find them. Here we go. Watch Patty Cooper right here. I found them. And right now they're holding their own with Dover's with a triple. Scott Cooper a triple, miss a spare. And Patty held on there, which is good. So keep in mind, with a 108 pin lead, and right now after 5 frames they are 16, about 23 over at a 6:23 pace. But Jennifer working on a strike right here. And keep in mind, they start striking here and stay at a 100 pin lead or more. Oh boy, got a break there. See, that one hooked pretty hard on the back. So there's some transition now. But they shot a monster last game. The only team over 700 had 770. I mean, that's pretty serious in triples. Good body language there. Watch Scott Cooper again now. Doesn't want to make any mistakes here. And they're staying at 23 over with Patty coming up. Keep in mind, 778 last game or 774. This game at a 6:23 pace. So right now, they've slowed it down and they've given these teams here an opportunity, Sites and Covington, if they stay low enough to close the gap along with Medugno and Zell. Figure any team in 29.50 and up, they can pop a 700 and they stay at a 6:20 pace, which is possible. They could pick up 80 or 90, and then all of a sudden in the last game it's a dogfight. But right now they've slowed it down considerably. But if they were to whack 700 here, it would have been over. They'd all have to strike out to do that. And right now, obviously, they're fighting it. So it's sort of an interesting scenario as we speak. And there you go, a bad shot there. And you see they got the lead. And all of a sudden, it's called squeeze-itis. And it doesn't take much because now they're right at about 600. Let's go to 27 and 8 right here. We'll come back to them shortly. come back to 27 and 8 in a minute. Let's go right here to watch Scott Cooper now to finish this off. Jennifer did strike. Patty's at a 182 pace, or 183. Jennifer at 219. Good shot for Scott at 207. So 726. They're about 9 over. They're at a 609 pace. So, interestingly enough, it could change pretty quickly. And looking back at the scores with the Eddie team, right knocking at the door, only 2 pins out. Keep in mind, any of these teams in here pop a 720, 730, and the Coopers are right at 600. That makes the last game obviously a factor with the 30 bonus pins. Right now, somebody's got to get in within 50, 60 pins of them, in my opinion, to have a shot. You know, this is critical for Patty. She's got a 2 spare misses this game, so it's obviously she's a little jittery right now. She doesn't want to flag this. You do not want to miss 1 pinners now, finishing up this game. That girl, good shot. Make the 1 pinners, don't give them away. And the last time on this lane, Jennifer went a little high, left the 4-7 and almost missed it. So keep in mind, they're a little unsure of themselves, not as loose as they were last game. This is a big shot. She wants to go in the 9th frame with a chance to put it out for 259. She's certainly capable of it. Fantastic bowler. Great shot for Dover's. The San Savoie team that was in the hunt down here, still in the hunt. Going to be a dogfight for that last spot, folks. So Dover's really helping there. Made the move, got in the oil a little quicker, stopped it from hooking early, and now Scott Cooper wants to take the pressure off his wife here and double up. Where if him and Dover's each go out, they're right at 500, the 2 of them. That's a good shot. Great shot for Cooper. So right now, they picked it up right there. A really good 8th frame. And look at Pulaski Jr. and Vogel making a little run here. Is this Craig right here making this shot? I think it is. And Craig right, but look at their leadoff bowler. Oh my God, 81 in the 7th. Oh, and Craig and Vogel held on a little. So now they've got, you know, Craig and Mark bowling good, but the leadoff bowler's shooting 130. So they're giving it all back right there. 2, 3, 4. 4 opens to 7 frames. So Craig's got to make this. Let's watch the kid throw this ball. A little more soon as he throws this ball, will you give me an analytics? I want to take a look at it. Just curious to see what we got. Hold on a minute. Now Pulaski got the 8th one, but the leadoff bowler throwing 145. So, hold on one second, folks. We're just going to do something here real quick. So, no, not yet. So let's watch. Let's stay right here. When it's over. Okay, Pulaski now up for number 9. And this is a big ball here because with Vogel shooting 2-0, if the leadoff bowler can get to 160 and Vogel can strike out, they have a shot at about 680, and that could put a little move on the Coopers with Jennifer Dover's. Great shot for the kid. All of a sudden now they got a little move going, and that's what it takes. See if we can find the Dovers and the Coopers now. Let's see where they're at. And it looks like Patty Cooper opened. Did she open? No, that's the wrong pair. Hold on. And look, Scott Cooper open, so all of a sudden they look vulnerable. Keep in mind, they were running away, but if they bowl right at 600 this game, it's conceivable a couple of teams could get on them, you know, within 50 or 60, and then all of a sudden now, that last game with the bonus pins is a big difference. You know, when you got about a 130 pin lead, I don't think they were going to give it up. They dropped less than 50. It could be exciting in that last game. So she's 182. Jennifer's going to be 227. If she doesn't strike out, 226. Scott 201. So 82, 27. They're going to be out 610, maybe 620. So right now they have opened the door. If they shot 680, I don't think anybody could catch them. But at 610, 620, it's possible. No, everybody going to take a little breather, of course, and we're going to see what's going on here shortly with the scores. I'll find out what First is going to pay, Joe. It was based on entries. I'll have a little prize fund number for you. So 182, if Dover's doesn't strike, they're about 8 over. There'd be about 10 over if it would spare for her and Scott. Dover's is bowling great today. Her game is back. And you can see those are great shots. And she's cool. She don't flinch. I watched her in those 9-pin no-taps and in leagues, and she doesn't squeeze it. She gets through it as good as any bowler in the house. A very interesting end here because after 4 games, chances are they had the tournament won, but now we don't know. How about those shots for the money? I mean, those are great shots. That's what she was doing before she got hurt, or had that little case of the yips where she couldn't crowbar it off her hand. All right, still doubled. Great game, 235, so there's 17 over with Scott getting ready to bowl. I don't think she's on a staff, Rick, but definitely belongs on one. I think she throws Brunswick equipment. I think she likes Brunswick. Scott with a break there off the wall. So 82 and 35 is 17, and one is 18, and this one is 28. You got 628 or so if he strikes here. And the scores have gone down considerably in this last game here. Well, that's a great double now because you want to get all you can before that position round game. They're obviously going to be the leaders. I don't see anybody going around them. They would need, 670, 680. I'm not saying it isn't going to happen, but I don't see it, at least in front of me. All right. So it looks like 628 there. So we got down here. Anything exciting going on? We look a little 243, 268, 179. Yeah, scores dropped considerably in this game. It's that old bugaboo called transition. Oh, I could see it too, Rick. You know, there are so many good boulders that are unheralded. You know, they're locals, and a lot of people don't know them because there's never any live streaming, and you never hear about them their whole lives. But she's a good one. When she's right, she can play. The girl from Fort Lauderdale, I can't think of her name. Ashley, what is her last name? Ashley Crowder. What a game. One of the best arm swings I've ever seen in my life. And Howie, her dad's been coaching her since she was a little girl. Ashley Crowder, Jennifer Dover's beautiful arm swings. And then you throw in Ashley Chisano, who really throws it great. Those are three girls locally that on a five-girl team, bowling the Nationals, they got striking. You see 3,400 if they really got it going. They're good enough. You know, I don't know if they'd ever all bowl together, but you know, on the right night, on the right pair, you never know. I'm waiting for the day that a five-lady team wins a Team Eagle in the Nationals. They will go down in history. Take my word for it. You know, 110 years, it's been men team winners in the Booster Division, the PBA Classic Division, and the regular division for 110 years. Never been an all-lady team win. That would be, in my opinion, the day the sport would know it's equaled if that ever happened. The perfect test, I guess.
Tyler, I'll see you later.
Let's see what Pulaski Jr. shot. I'm looking for his score. He went 278. Scores dropped tremendously this game. And they're coming in now. Check it out. This last game, they go right in. I'm figuring between 3,650 and 3,700. We'll find out. Might have dropped a little lower to go to about 3,650. We will know shortly. But right now there are three teams over 36.
Mike, too easy schmucker, you wanted it to small bar. Mike, too easy schmucker, you wanted it small bar.
Look what the Zells bowled the last game. See that? Remember that Mark Zell had 300 in game 3? Look what they bowled the last game. 512. That might have knocked them out. See that? That's how bad the scores dropped. They go 540, 632, 700, 620, 512. The Coopers obviously are going to be the leader.
Fucking Scott Ruby, dude. We're in second place.
So let's wait for their scores to come in.
I'm right here on 27-28. I'm number 2. They're at 17 miles an hour.
Anyways, we'll wait for the tabulation here and give all of you the update shortly. They got a full house in here today, as you can see. The Covingtons look like they're in. That's Rakoski, Colby, and Dave. 641, decent game. All their games pretty good. The second game, 645. The fifth game, 641, but very consistent. Very good bowling. Gary Rucker's team with a big 672 to get in. And the Ruby team with Brianna MacGyver, Tyler Altman, and Scott Ruby are in with a booming 690. And look how big that 690 is right now, folks. When you look at the scores, right now that is the high score so far logged in. Obviously, several teams getting in the finish zone here. And the Coopers, look at them, 68-21. Even with the 628, they still have about a 74-pin lead over the Rubies. 74 pins, and they've got a big lead over the Covington team, which I don't believe could catch them. So right now, with 74 pins, and the big guns, the Covington team, 138 be fine. I don't see them catching them. So right now they are in great shape. But there are some other teams left that could put a little run on them. Down in here, the Medugno team, the Sites team. Not many though. The Michelanic team with Jerry Michelanic, Robert Eddy. That might have a shot. We'll wait and see. Pulaski team, look at that. 600, 601, 604, 617. 4 games in a row. That big game in game 1 when they're on the fresh. After that, they barely averaged 200. They might not have enough, and even if they do, they're not going to win. But the Coopers just ran away and hid. That fourth game, that 772, the high game of the day, really launched them into a great position. And I kind of felt between 3550 and 3600, and right now the Zell's at 3582. But I will tell you this, other than the Ruby team, I don't see anybody catching them. And the Ruby team, Team 12, with Brianna MacGyver, Tyler Altman, Scott Ruby, they need to bowl 690 again. I would think somewhere right in there. But with bonus pins and handicap, it could be a lot closer. I got to see what their handicap is. Hold on a minute. Let's see if I can find it. So Brianna's going to get 370 divided by 5 is 80, 75, 74 pins. Tyler's going to get 6 pins is 80 pins. Figure 715 divided by 5 is what? 130. 129 maybe? No. 215 by 5 is 40. 140. About 145 pins a game. Interesting. If that's the case, at 145 pins a game, interestingly enough, and with the Coopers getting 145 and 80, they got a 65 pin lead in handicap. The Rubies could catch them. No doubt about it. The Rubies could catch them. And the Dugno team at 520 could catch them. I would say, let's see about the Sights team. Kind of curious about that. Oh yes, the Sights team can catch them. They are not out of the firing line here. It looks to me like there's about 5 teams that could catch them. This is going to be interesting here because that handicap is a monster. Wow. It will be exciting, that last game, I can assure you. We want to thank all of you for being with us today. And we're tabulating now. We'll have the position round pairs for you shortly. Keep in mind, we'll be on Tuesday night at 6:30, Wednesday night at 6:30, and tomorrow we'll be on the air at 1:30 for 142 bowlers bowling the 9-pin no tap. 338 today, 280 for the weekend. Just scary amount of scores and bowlers. Conditions held up very well today. A little breakdown, but nothing crazy. And again, this will be quite a match. It looks like there's about 5 teams in the hunt because of the enormous handicap. I didn't think it would be that close, but looking at it again, some of these teams are getting 100, 140, 150 pins a game. The Cooper team getting much less, so anything can happen. Look at the handicap all in here. They got 685 for the Sights team, 610 for the Rucker team. So that's like $120 a game. So anything can happen there. It's going to be close. Look how the Cooper team ran away scratch. Look at those numbers. 34-16. They won scratch over the Medugnos by 241 pins. That's scary. They ran away. 241 scratch. That's a big number. What do you got? Where are you?
13th.
13th.
3 pins.
3 pins. That sucks. Look what the Zells did. To miss by 5. Look at that game. They're going to have nightmares. I mean, that's not good. Yeah, I always say it's the long ride home. You have a game like the Zells just bowled. They bowled great all day. You know, they had a shaky start, but they really bowled good in the middle for a handicapped team. 700 in game 3. You know, father, son, and mother. And all of a sudden, the last game.
Is that the final? Everything's in?
I think everything's in. Yeah, I don't think there's anything even
We're just
close.
waiting for the final scores.
Yeah, they're way down. I don't.
Once we input them,
Well,
we'll
the
tell you
Andrews
who the
team,
top 12
they
teams
need.
are,
No, they got
and
nothing.
then we'll print out all of the paying side plans that you guys will be able to pick up.
I missed
At
a
the front
couple of
desk.
3 pins.
But you got to give us a few minutes to do that.
And I missed about 6 single pin spares today.
No. You missed 6 single pins. Are you serious?
I missed a 9 pin, missed 3 10 pins.
Can't do that. Can't beat anybody doing that. There's no way. Can't do it. You can't give that much away. That's 66 pins and 1 pinners. Minus 11 a shot. Tell him you're not getting it. He doesn't even know any better. He isn't even looking at the monitor. Okay, we're back. I'm sitting here with Jerry McClanick. Want to sit with me a little?
Yeah, sure.
Jerry McClanick, who's sponsoring our scratch event, just told me, sit a little closer to me. I don't want to embarrass you. Missed the finals by 3 pins and missed 6 1-pinners.
Yep, I missed 6 single pin spares today.
And I preach every single week you can't do that. What happened? Lost of concentration?
Yeah, I've been struggling lately with my 10 pin shot. I don't know. I think I'm gonna buy a spare ball.
How many 10 pins you miss?
3.
You need a 10-pin ball.
Yeah, I've been missing
Because
a lot
that's what you're going to leave the most.
Yeah.
And if you're missing that the most and you're leaving it the most...
I left a lot of them, though. I probably shot 15 of them today. I would say right around 15 of them. I missed 2 or 3, so.
Yeah. You know that Walter Ray once went 187 1-pinners in a row before he missed one? You know, he's got that little back flip that bumps over the thumb 3 times. And never misses them. That's why he's dead-eye.
Yeah.
You know.
We knew we needed a big 2 last games, and we bowled. Jessica bowled really well. She bowled really, really well.
Now, how many bowlers come up to you? Do people talk to you about you sponsoring? Do you get remarks?
I got a couple of calls so far from people that are interested. And,
Really?
Yep.
Really?
One of the guys that works here's daughter called. She's going to be looking for a house. So.
Well, I called.
Yeah.
We're still looking for land.
We're looking for the right spot for
I'm
that.
looking for cheap land and 100% financing.
Yep, exactly.
But sorry you missed, brother, but you'll be back.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
I missed your 300 Tuesday night when the stream went out.
Yeah.
It's been a crummy week. You missed the finals by 3 pins, and I missed your 300 game.
That's all right. Larry, I guarantee you I wouldn't have shot 300 if I was on. I said that, remember?
You would have got the Larry kiss.
Exactly.
You know,
I
I
had
didn't.
about the first 5 or 6, and the stream went out. I said, that's probably a good thing.
That is a good thing. You didn't have Larry there to put the chokaroo on you in the 12th ball.
Yeah. So I'm excited to maybe watch another game here and see what happens.
Yeah. The Coopers bowled great, but look at their last game. A little chink in the armor here. The transition. You notice the high game was the Rubies, but look how many teams were under 600 the last game.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of a sudden.
Yeah, we actually bowled. Oh, somebody jumped ahead of us anyway. They were 2 pins out. Look at that.
Oh, that's right. The Andrews team. Look at that. Wow. 2 pins out. And the Zells 5 out. Look at that. You can bet they're all 1-pinners.
Yeah.
Every one of them are a 1-pinner.
Yep.
You know, that's automatic.
Well, it's like to see the good names up there. There's Coopers and Gary Seitz, normal, regular bowlers, and Rucker, regular bowlers.
Yeah.
It's nice to see them guys up there.
So, how's the real estate market been in recent months? Did it slow a little since October, or is it still booming?
It has not slowed down one bit.
It's not slowed down
yeah,
one bit. Oh, I want to get you on this camera here. It's not slowed down one bit.
No, it is unbelievable. It's still just, I mean, we're putting houses on the market, and within 24 hours, multiple offers on them.
My girlfriend Laura put hers on the market. Well, you know,
Yeah.
she wanted to save the money, but I can understand that. She put it for sale on a Monday and sold it on a Tuesday.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
No,
She saved the money, you know. She had a nice place out there, though.
She did have a nice place.
And she had it priced right. So, I mean, anything right now and that, and if she's, you know, if you're able to, some of the people advertise themselves if they know how to do it and all
Yeah,
that. But I mean,
yeah.
it's still a
Well,
fine art, you know. To do
You're
it the
going to
right
find
way.
me a piece of land. I'm not even worried about it.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
gonna
still looking.
You're going to call me
I'm
up and
looking for
say,
that
Lara,
perfect
I
spot.
got it.
The
And
perfect spot.
I want a little piece.
Yep. We're looking for the Larry's little piece of paradise.
Yes, Larry's piece of paradise. They got any land for sale in the North Pole? I'm ready. I got creditors after me.
You don't want to go up there. You live there long enough, Larry. We're in paradise now. You don't want to live there.
No, I want to stay here. Well, we're waiting to see now what's going on here. Let's check the
My
brackets.
Aunt Debbie's on there. I say hello to my Aunt Debbie.
Your Aunt Debbie. Let's look at brackets. I think Jennifer had a good bracket day here. Let's see.
Dovers?
She's tough.
Yeah, she
Let's
can
see.
bowl.
Oh, she can bowl. Jennifer got 16 brackets.
Wow.
She had the high bracket winner. Jason Johnson got 11. And let's look at the pots.
Look at Tyler Altman's scores. You see that? Man, he bowled
Look at
well
Ben
today.
Altman. Altman's great. He's
bowls
bowling
really well
great.
today.
Jairo Hernandez, Vinny Weinhardt. Look at the 270, winning every game. Look at what's 297, 78, 79, 78. You better bowl high games
Yeah.
to win some pots. And then there's the pots. We got brackets. And there's the top 12. There it is. 3 teams within 5 pins. Pulaski team, all spares. Every one of these misses are spares.
If I can have your attention, I'm going to announce.
All right, Mary Berger going out there now, and she's going to tell us what's going on here. Where'd she go? Yohas. Doing it good?
I found out what I was doing.
I'm going to let you do your thing here.
All right, Jerry.
Sometimes I'm turning from back here, and it's nice, but then sometimes I'm releasing up here.
Yeah,
So I got to get the timing together.
yeah.
Kevin Day.
See our new bowling shirts for
Jason
Tuesday?
Johnson on lane
Wow.
32.
Those are nice shirts.
Yeah, with the Miami Heat
Very
shirts.
good on lane
Oh, my
11.
God.
Yeah, then we got our names.
Oh, my God.
$58.
Oh, ain't that? That's beautiful.
It's a authentic. Chris Brown make these.
Really?
These jersey shirts.
Really.
In 10th place.
All right, I'll see you Tuesday.
Back up a little bit. I want to put that shirt on.
Oh,
15 Ortega.
Let me see. A little more.
Ronnie Long.
We missed a couple, I think.
Ortega.
You missed by 3 pins? No way. Go that way, Will. I want to see you with that shirt. Towards there. There. Keep going. Keep going.
Keep going. Now back up a
Now,
little bit.
now back up.
9th place.
Look at that shirt.
Yeah.
That's Miami, baby. Yeah.
3 pins, we missed a cut.
You missed by 3 pins, boss.
Yeah, 3 pins.
I see you guys Tuesday.
All right, have a good night.
Any news on Tom since we got on? Is he all right?
I can go visit him tomorrow.
You can visit him.
Yep. I'm going to go see him after lunch tomorrow. Doctor said it was okay.
Is he's starting to regain some feel, hopefully?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Not yet.
Not yet. No, not as far as I know. It might have changed in the last hour since I talked to his wife, but
Yeah, that's a shocker.
yeah, right now it's still up in the air.
Well, we'll pray for our friend, that's
Make the
for
cut?
sure.
You did? We missed it by 3 pins. It's my fault. Yeah, I got a 7 count and a 10 frame on the double. That's okay. All right, Tom, if you're watching, we love you. I'll see you tomorrow.
We're with you, brother. We'll pray for you, brother.
A recount. Yeah.
We pray for our friend
I can do that,
Tom.
right?
You're not bowling tomorrow?
I don't have anybody to bowl with, I don't think. So I don't know.
Brad, are you bowling tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Yeah. Who are you bowling with?
I'm bowling with my uncle that had 11 gutter balls today.
You're bowling? You have 11 gutter balls.
6 were right and 5 were left.
Well, at least you evened it out.
It wasn't good. It wasn't good. Now we're pot bowling now.
Oh, I'm gonna come pot bowl.
We can bowl. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm coming.
It's me and Junior versus Mikey Cross and James Oswald.
Wow.
100 a man.
Jessica.
What?
Jessica, you're throwing the ball great.
She's throwing the ball great.
You are making
it's my
great
fault
shots.
She's not bowling anymore. Good bowling.
All right, keep in mind, folks, we're getting ready now for our roll-off. I'm sitting here with our owner, Robert Eddy. The boss.
Good turnout today. Charlie, how'd you bowl? You made the cut? You go, boy. Nice. Good luck.
280 bowlers this weekend. A year ago, this place was empty. 280, boss. What do you think? Think our customers are happy?
I think so.
Oh, I think so too.
Wait, a lot more to come.
Oh, I know. Got a heck of a crowd here today. A lot of people hanging out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go say hi to everybody because I've been.
Do you like to go say hi to everybody when you're in here?
I do sometimes.
How many people do you say hi to when you come in here? 50, 60?
It feels like more, but probably less.
You like doing that, huh?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Even if you miss by 3 pins, you like it.
I'm not. I wasn't excited about that. It's my fault that we missed the cut by 3 pins.
Yeah.
I had a good line in game 4, and I went to the next pair, and I didn't have a look, and I made a couple of mistakes, and we missed it.
Well, you didn't make a mistake by buying this place. This place is filling up. It's like we couldn't imagine 2 years ago.
Yeah.
We're thrilled, absolutely thrilled, all of us.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna go say hello to everybody, and
all right.
Let's enjoy what's left over.
We'll see you Tuesday or Wednesday.
See you.
All right, got the boss in here. The boss got me out of the senior park. I was a professional pelican feeder. Throwing out fish to pelicans at the age of 70. And the next thing I know, I got 18 cameras and 4,000 views in a week. Unbelievable. But now we got to get down to the action. Now check this out. Here it is again. The Coopers will bowl Ruby, Medugnos, Rutgers, Sites, Covington. All have a chance. All have a chance to win this tournament.
You know, I stand behind whatever we got. Is that where you shot 170?
No. I shot 170 at 27.
Hospitality, Leon.
170 also on.
No doubt about it.
30. I went 220, 190, 170, 250.
One thing's for certain, this is not over. If you really understand the handicap, and you have to pull the scratch up to see the handicap of the teams, if the Coopers make any kind of a mistake and shoot 550, they have no chance. And they were 4 balls away from that. So remember, right now, with the transition and a little bit of a break and the luck of the draw, you draw a bad pair versus a good pair, and it can really go down, as far as I'm concerned, to about the Covingtons. You know, a little 740 for that team with Dave and John both shooting 280 and Colby shooting 190 to 200, they could win. And we all know that's very possible with Dave Covington and John Rakowski. So we'll wait and see, but it's not over by any sense. Not over by any sense.
Okay, Paul, is that 250 or?
I gotta get my money.
I keep getting people asking me about
Hey,
sign-ups
we got
for the
a
next,
crowd that ain't leaving right now. It's amazing the amount of people left in here behind me and around me.
Sunday.
As you can see,
The sign-up form is on the table.
it'll eventually thin out, and we might be down to 20, 30 spectators, but
Because once I open it up,
I'll get a prize fund for y'all.
I'm going to tell you guys again where you are going. On lane 21, if I call your name, please report to your lanes.
I mean, there is just a mammoth crowd and everybody talking. I can't even hear myself in here. It's crazy. Ralph Freed right there, the man from Miami. Beautiful, beautiful game. Strong, great balance. He's a factor. David Covington right there. Ray Sansavoy. Would be interesting.
Johnny Johnson, Gary Rutgers team. On lane 25, we have John Smith the second, Sarah Candace Tracy, Gary Sykes.
All right, Gary.
Good. On lane 26, versus 26 is Colby Covington, Dave Covington, and John Crosby. On lane 27, we have Kimberly Giordano, John Rance, and Ralph Freed. And yes, I put that team together. All right, on lane 28, we have Stephanie Weinhardt, Charlie Morales, and Vinny Weinhardt.
Larry, don't look at me like that. I mean, he has to look at you.
On lane 29,
Third and scratch,
we
baby. I
have
suck.
Ricky Weinhardt, Richard Fraley, and Ken Fraley. Going against Team Ortega on lane 30, Alan Long, Melody Ortega, and Leo Ortega. On lane 31, rounding out the top 12, we have Cindy Valentine, Justin Valentine, and Fred Ingalls. On line 32,
I'll give you all a prize fund rundown shortly.
Hey, Terry, is 13 or 14 me?
give us a chance to put the final names for the handicaps in the scoring system. And then we will get started. I will go ahead and tell you what you're going to be doing. So if you're on the top 12, I suggest you listen to me.
Oops.
I am not telling you again. You guys are bowling head-to-head with the team that's on your pair for an extra 30 bonus pins. However, you all are bowling for seed 2. So, the bowlers at this end of the house are going to pull out their putts so that they can move to this end of the house. Alright? Because you are pulling the whole field, but you will get 30 bonus pins for the team that you are bowling on the same fairway. If you have a tie,
The Ortegas made it. Look at the score of the Ortega team. 516, 510, 561, 533, 556. Lowest pinfall by far, 2676.
I highly suggest you don't re-rack your balls.
For 15 games, but a monster handicap to sneak in. I doubt they'll have enough to win, but unless they were to bowl 680, 700, all of a sudden anything could happen, but I doubt very much they got that kind of score. But interesting how a full handicap team finished 10th like that. They're the only team that had numbers like that. Every other team in the finals had at least 1 or 2 600s. Even the Ruby team that went 579, 570, 557, 636, 690. The Medugno team, 3 600s and a 700. The Rucker team, 3 600s. Sights team, 2 600s, but look at the Ortega team. Melanie and Leo sneaking in. That's what makes 90% of 235 very, very fair. I call it the equalizer, and being that handicap bowlers are the majority of bowlers, if you start rubbing them out, you don't have a tournament. The reason they're here is because of the 90% of 235. I mean, actually bowling the event, because they have a chance to bowl well and win. And for them, bowling well is 180s. So, 190s versus, the big guns that average 240 that usually take home all the money. So the 90% of 235 is an equalizer for tournaments. It's something that a lot of people should think about if they want to see this type of tournament be successful. You can put a big gun team in, but they got to bowl great. They all got to shoot 720, 730. And if they don't make it. But on a house shot, they're supposed to make it if they're all 230 average bowlers. So again, it's interesting. It's the way we figured it, and it works.
It's double tournament, no tap, scratch, global. For those of you who bowled the Christmas
The last game, amazingly enough, take the 690 out of there, and look at the scores in the last game. Scratch, 628, 614, good 672. After that, 540, 640, 590, nothing. Take the 690 to 672 out, nothing. So we know the transition has lowered the scores considerably and probably been a benefit to the handicap players. So that's an interesting way to think about it. That's exactly right, Cooper. They have more room to come down, but that is the equalizer. Because let's face it, if you want a 130 bowler field, you got to give the lesser skilled people a chance. It's just that simple. It's the only way bowling will succeed today. There's not enough bowlers, at least in our association, to have scratch events. We might have 30, real good scratch bowlers. I mean, 220 and up from Naples to Northport. So it's just not that easy. All right, here we go. Practice time here at Lightning. So we're going to be watching this pair right here. There's the leaders. And we'll go to this pair here because obviously there can be some catch-up. And we'll go here as well. One thing I can tell you about the handicap players, every one of them are rolling in 6 bowling balls. They might be getting some handicap, but they're not afraid to buy equipment. And that's what tells you how much it means. When you see that amount of bowling balls in here, you realize it is their passion. They might not have the skill level of John Rakoski or Dave Covington or some of the big guns in the finals here, but they have the same passion and the same desire to win, and that's what makes it such a wonderful game and keeps us knowing that we're putting a service on for them that they love. You get 140 people that come in on a Saturday and 140 on a Sunday, evidently it works. And they're all 90% of 235. That's the magic number. Well, I can understand everybody's feelings about this scenario. I got 130 versus 230, but in the world we live in today, without the 130 to 180 bowlers, every bowling center is going to close. So we have a choice. You know, the game wasn't built for everybody that just averages 220 and up, because they are a minority. And to me, it's about survival more than anything else right now. And if you don't put bodies in seats, the bowling centers close. So you have to come up with a format that gives the lessers a chance, not necessarily a lock, but a chance.
They did? Okay, I was going outside. She went outside.
Now we're getting ready to roll here. And look at the handicaps, 143, 81, 104, 122.
That's so scary.
133, 162, big handicaps. One thing's for certain, the Coopers cannot make any mistakes. And that could be a mistake right there. Right now with 153 pins, keep in mind, if this game was even right now, and Team 22 wins, by 1 pin, they pick up 97 pins, they win the event. If they win the game, wow. So, the Tyler Altman team definitely has a good chance to win. Well, with Jennifer Dover's there, with Scott Cooper, you know, Patty can give him 210 and Dovers and Cooper shoot 240. They could win it. They've got to bowl good. They cannot afford to bowl a 580. I can tell you that right now. 580 ain't going to win it. They need about 680, 670, somewhere right in there, and they should have enough. Shot there, just rattled that 4 right around the 7. Go back to Patty Cooper. All right, so they're clean in the first frame. They got 1 strike working. Well, there's no doubt that, you know, you're always, the better bowlers obviously should be commended for their skill level and the hard work they got to be good. But in the case of a big bowling center like this, 50 laners, it's called bodies and seats, period. And the only way to do it is come up with a format where David can beat Goliath, and it's just the only way. What I have found, though, is when these scratch bowlers do win one of these events, the handicap players don't complain either because they know they're getting a bundle, and they had a bowl real bad. So it's almost like they know, you can't. Look at what Tyler Altman did there. What is that? What the heck was that? He just missed the lane. But the handicap bowlers are not afraid to go against the scratch with the 90%. Their game, they figured it out, and they have been told by the mathematicians it's fair. The word is it's fair, or you don't see 140 people. That's what I love. They seem to have reasons that it's fair. Still a pretty good crowd here watching. I'm going to turn the camera a little. And again, when you see that right there and realize that there's that kind of a crowd here, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's exciting. They're staying, they're watching. They're having a beer, they're with their friends, and look, it's Scott Ruby. And Scott Ruby's the key to that team. And Bree right now is big handicap, and again, right now, the Dover's team with Patty Cooper and Scott have picked up 10. They've picked up 10 pins. They've got to win this game by 70 pins scratch. Get the 30 bonus, and they win the tournament. Unless the Medugno team with Mark and Elaine, or the team they're bowling against, bowls 680. And that's good there. So right now, and this is big right here for, that's a pretty good shot right there. Look at this. Oh, I thought he threw it good. He left a 4-pin. Pretty good shot for Scott Ruby. Now Jennifer Dovers can put them 20 ahead right now. Remember, they got to win by about 74 pins, I think. Oh, solid 7 right up to the neck. Did you see that? So, 340s in the second versus a 49 and a 39. They picked up 10 after 3 frames. Not enough. Not enough right now. Not even close. They've got to get up about 75 pins because of the handicap. Let's see if there's any pressure coming from anywhere else. Covington and Rakoski now. Not a lot of handicap. So they got to strike literally every ball to have a chance. Look at that. Scott Cooper, 3 7s in a row. Headpin comes across. Now here's the key. He misses this. They're behind by 70. He cannot miss any 1-pin spares right now. Great shot for the money. Right on it. Right now they are down. Patty, great shot. This is where they got to be a little scared because Bree MacGyver, if she doubles and Tyler doubles, they're in a lot of trouble. That's a good shot by Bree. A little high. Threw it pretty good. Oops. Forget it. Now they're in a lot of trouble. Now they just fell about 80 behind. It's all about the spares. That ring in 7 for Dover's really critical now. This could have been, that was a 21 pin ring in 7 if she strikes here. And it was. And now the Coopers are in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. Scott Cooper switching balls. That hooked. Good move there. See that? Got off the black ball, went to the red one. Had a lot more back end on that ball. Flipped that 7 out. That was gone. Uh-oh. So they're about 60 behind. But Cooper and Dover's on a strike. Close match. Wow, good shot. How about that? Now that was pure, right off the corner. It's amazing. Just starts running, gets those feet running, can wait on it a little, and just rifle it right at the pocket. Uh-oh, Patty in trouble now. See that? She's just squeezing it. I'm surprised she hasn't changed balls. Got something a little more aggressive, a little more surface. That ball's just sliding the length of the lane. She's got nothing. Tuesday Tyler with a solid 4. Great shot for him. Right now they're in the driver's seat. And Patty Cooper with a tough spare. That could be a chop. There it is. She's got the chop. See that? Now they are in a lot of trouble. They have dug a deep hole. Now it's really up to Jennifer and Scott. They have got to strike to put pressure on their opponents. Jennifer so she's just not quite there on that left lane. Now let's see if there's any other possible threats here. And nothing real exciting, so it looks like it's a 2-team race right now. Now, Scott Cooper switched to that red ball. What a difference. See that thing come off the oil? And I mean, it goes right off the oil. So now he's picked up 10, got him back in the hunt. Patty coming off of 2 opens. He's got to fill a frame here. Atta girl, Patty. Look at that shot by Bree MacGyver, who bowled her first 600 ever last night. I'm sitting here with Mary Berner. What? Hey, Mary, have any entries today, huh?
We had 46 teams, 138 bowlers.
That's all? Just 138 bowlers?
Wait until tomorrow.
I know.
Are you going to be here tomorrow?
Of course.
I have 2 spots available, and we have 40.
Of course I got to be here tomorrow.
We have 74 teams? Yep.
What's first place?
I have no idea. Today?
Yeah.
It should be on there.
Oh, it's on the sheet?
No,
Oh.
hold on. I'll go get it for you.
Mary's going to tell me what first place is, everybody. Going to get a little prize fund action for all of you. Now, Scott Cooper did double, and all of a sudden an open by Tuesday Tyler, and now, ladies and gentlemen, it gets exciting. First place is 600, 510 for second, 435 for third, 345 for fourth. Those are the top 4. Now Scott Cooper right here, and he got the 7 out. See the 4, that red ball, he switches to it, or the dark burgundy, he switches to it after 3 7-pins, and a great shot by Tyler to keep him in the match. Keep in mind, it's got tight now, and look at the strikes working for Patty, Jennifer, and Scott. And all of a sudden now we got a dogfight. Now you got the guy with the most handicap on the team, Scott Ruby, on a strike.
3 strikes, didn't he? No, sorry.
And that's a good shot for Scott Ruby. No, we got a break. No
That's
baby
a strike
split.
We're looking for a sponsor for this tournament.
You know, we are looking for a
I
sponsor.
want a sponsor for this tournament.
Maybe we'll get Heinz 57 a sponsor. What do you think?
They might sue us.
Look at Bree MacGyver here. Uh-oh. And now the Coopers with an advantage. See, MacGyver.
People waiting to watch.
I know. See, the situation now has changed drastically in the 6th frame with a double and 2 other strikes working versus an open and no strikes working. And now Patty Cooper, if she can strike here. Oh, great shot for Patty Cooper. Right there in the pocket. Threw it great. Altman with a great shot. I just want to check one thing here with the Medugno team. At both teams, Rucker and Medugno tied. I don't think they have enough. Oh boy, she gets so close with that plastic ball at the 10-pin. And for her, that's a great shot with this kind of pressure. Now the key is Jennifer right here. She doubles and Scott Ruby opens. And he, obviously, you don't know what he's going to do because he's not a high average player. This is not a gimme. Dovers, who has had a problem with a solid 7 and a 6-10 on this lane. Now what's she going to do? Going to move a half a board left, get in the oil, tighten it up through the front. What does she do here? That should hold. Oh, that's Jennifer Dovers, folks. She is tough as nails, and she is back. And Ruby filling the frame. And now Scott Cooper is lined up. He's hit the pocket every ball. It's just a question of execution. Get through it. Don't squeeze it. Get through the ball. Take your time. Don't tighten up. That's a great shot for Scott Cooper. And now, all of a sudden, folks, we got ourselves a match. And Patty, great shot for Patty. It's going to go down to the 10th frame. There is no doubt about it. Now, Brienne, let's see what she gets. Good shot for Brienne. That a girl. Oh, excellent shot. She's got to make the spare. And with Dover's up, who is deadly, if Brienne misses and Jennifer strikes here, that's a 21-pin pickup on one ball right here. Oh, she got that right. Look at this. Wow. She says, thank you. She's looking. And there it is, the 21-pin pickup. Like I said, it can go that quick. And now, all of a sudden, Scott Cooper right here can put them ahead. They were down as much as 90 pins 4 frames ago. Look what they did. Ever since the open frame of Patty Cooper, it's all strikes. Wow. Tyler keeping them in the hunt. But right now they need strikes. Look at his score. They're almost tied. Obviously, Jennifer and Scott and Patty have put enormous pressure on them. And now Bree, obviously, her last 2 frames. And she was on a double in the 5th and 6th. 7th frame through the nose, 8th frame, missed a 10-pin, 9th frame, a 3 count. So obviously, the pressure has got to her, and there's no doubt about it. You know, they're young. She's young. She's starting to be a tournament player. It's good experience for her. And she'll remember this. Got to be very disappointed. But she has nothing to be ashamed of. She did win the Florida State Handicap Singles here with 8:15 last summer. So she has nothing to be ashamed of, fighting it right now. But look at this, Patty Cooper, oh boy. You see, she can't get it off her hand. You see a yank like that. Again, there's pressure. They want to win it. Tyler catching a break there. It's not over by any means. And if Patty Cooper were to flag this one, forget it. See that? Now she is just giving it right back. Her and Bree just giving it right back to one another. The key, obviously, is Jennifer and Scott maximizing their strike potential right here. If they both double, they pick up another 10 pins. If they both double, they pick up 10 more. Pretty good shot for Dover's. And Ruby missed it. Oh boy, took his hand out of it a little. Okay. He's going straight at it up to dry. I'm thinking, wait a minute, that's resin. But it held. So this is an even frame if Scott strikes. And this is close going into the 10th. Keep in mind, their best bowler, Tyler, on a triple. And now Scott Cooper, who has not missed a pocket, and especially switching balls in the 4th frame when he went to this burgundy ball, which really flips off the oil, has bowled great. So this is a big shot for him right now. Oh, he got that 7 out again. Amazing. Thought he missed out a little at the bottom there. Here we go. So Look at this match, folks. This is tighter than the band on Byron Nelson's hat. Check it out. How's that for tightness going into the 10th? Is that crazy or what? And Patty Cooper striking a big shot for her. Now we don't know what Bree's going to do. Oh boy, now keep in mind, she missed a 10-pin here last frame. And this is where she's really got to focus and bear down. And this is what happens when you get a new tournament player. You know, it's a 1-pin. It's the toughest pin on a lane for a righty. And what does she do? She misses this. You know, it's nerves. That's another good shot by Patty. Oh, solid 10. Great shot. And look at this, right in the gutter, over-adjusted, opened her last 4 frames, and now they lost 11 on that shot. So now Tyler Altman has to strike. And luckily he is on a strike, and for them to have really any kind of chance, I think he's got a double, because his anchorman Scott could go 3 and 3 out. And he should be very proud of that. So he picks up the 10 that Bree lost, because now Jennifer has to double to pick up 10. Oh boy, did she catch a break there, I'll tell you what. So now he's picked up 12. And on this strike, 22. Don't get any better than that. That's called striking for the money, folks. And so Jen's got the spare. Tyler's going to go 246. So we're going to see it real quick on these fill balls exactly where we are. And that key double for Altman might have been enough. But Scott Ruby is a full handicap player, and he's capable of anything. Okay, so here we go. He could throw a gutter ball on a first ball. He could throw 3 strikes in a row. Nobody knows. It's a mystery. So Dovers, here's the situation. They're down 22. They can win if Scott Ruby does not strike. And look at this, folks. Unbelievable. Now, unbelievable. Now, Scott Cooper has got to get this one. I think if he strikes out and the other fella spares, they're going to lose by 2 pins. If Scott Ruby gets a spare in the 10th and Scott Cooper strikes out, I think they lose by 2. Oh, he got that late 7 again. That ball's amazing. He's carried every light hit with it. And he's going to double to win it, folks. That is a win right there. Because look, the most Cooper can go is 727. So they win the game. And with the 30 bonus pins, they don't catch them. Keep in mind, they do not catch them because they didn't win the game by enough. And I still think they got enough. We're going to go back to the standings. and he goes 190. They go 738 to 733. So they get 30 bonus pins for winning. They pick up 5 in the game. $25 is 13 and 30 is 43. They win. The Coopers win. Regardless, they win. But it was close. I believe the Coopers are a winner. And let's see what third is. 765. 95. Let's see where they're out. 95 out. Yeah, the Coopers barely winning. Close, but barely winning. There it is. Let these scores come in for Game 6. We'll have them for you shortly. But I think the Coopers got enough. Interesting, huh, with that handicap. And we got a lot of people watching it here. Let's go to the standings, check it out. Nope, score's not in yet. I definitely think the Coopers got enough. Close. I believe the Coopers are our champion. Scott, Patty, and Jennifer. All right, May. And we'll have the standings in for you shortly and the payouts. Again, I want to thank all of you so much. And again, we'll be on the air tomorrow, 1:30 again for the 9-pin no tap, sponsored by Ray Stevens. 280 bowlers bowling here today and tomorrow. 280. Insane number. At Robert Eddy's. And Robert Eddy bowling action down here. We got a little triples match going there. Well, let's check those standings again. I believe they should be in now. Let's see. Not yet. Okay. Gotta wait a little longer. Again, another exciting match right there. You know, even though it's 90% of 235, you know, it's not about pros, it's about bowling. And that's exciting. A lot of these people today are into it. Got bags everywhere. There's got to be 50, 75 people watching. I mean, they're just not going home. And if you look at this view here, you can see it. Check them out. I mean, they're all hanging out, having a good time, having a sandwich. And again, we want to send our thoughts and prayers out to Tom Halot and his family. Tom, we're thinking about you. Praying for you, my friend. All right, let's see if those standings are in now here. And there it is, the Coopers, very close in the 10th. Keep in mind, if Ruby opens instead of doubling, the whole thing changes. And there it is. The Coopers hanging on. Look at a good payout, though. See the way it is? Everybody makes a nice little hit. And I think that's important, too. It's not a top-heavy prize fund. You know, it's only a $150 game for the championship match, so you got some good money. Plus brackets. There's the brackets. Jennifer Dover's doing well with 16 brackets. And then, of course, pots. There's the pots. The Nassaus. Again, these standings again. The Coopers bowling their low game of the day, 628, but hanging on. And the Rubies with 690. I mean, we're right there. Had a shot at them. They really did. Position round game just wasn't enough. And Mary's going down to hand out some money. Mary loves to hand out money. And the place is just packed with people. It's amazing. Chuck Bergeron, welcome aboard. Green peppers, Joe. Green peppers. A lot of people having a lot of fun. I love it. I mean, there is a pretty good sized crowd in here. A lot of young bowlers in here today watching, which we like. We like it when the kids have a chance to see competition, which is great. And Mary waiting to do something here. I guess she's going to get the envelopes for the money. Keep in mind, tomorrow we're on the air at 1:30. For the 9-pin no tap, sponsored by Ray Stevens, adding $500 to the prize fund.
Sorry about that. We had a tie, so I had to split up some money. All right, in 12th place, receiving $135 from the team is Team Ortega with a score of 42-64.
Nice.
All of you need to come up so we can get your picture. Connie, Leo.
Playing poker at the final table.
This was yesterday.
Yeah.
And that was Wednesday. Check this out, Larry. Wednesday. That one's today.
Yeah.
Pretty good, bro.
A lot of views.
Yeah. Oh, there's Mary Berner handing out money. Mary Berner loves to hand out money, but she don't give any to me. Where is she? There it is. Check that out. Pretty cool, huh?
Great. Congratulations, guys. All right, in 9th place, receiving $180 from the team is Team Saints.
Joe, 17. I don't know the views yet, but I know the minutes. It's about 18,000 minutes watched. And
Who else? Oh, and John the second.
hey, Hoss. All right, Steven. Good to see you, brother. All right. I don't know the views yet till I close the live stream down. But about 18,000 minutes. And a good start for the weekend. Wait till the scratch tournament in February and March, and then PBA events in March and April. We'll do 50,000 minutes watched. There's no doubt in my mind, because once we get into the scratch tournaments, those are our biggest audiences. Let's face it. We know that people want to watch great bowlers. But these people today have their day in the sun, and they deserve it. They might not be great, but they're on the live stream. Some of them are great. Scott Cooper bowled great today. Scott Cooper is tough. Yeah, we're trying, Coop. You know, we were adjusting things yesterday and today, and Tuesday night we went off the air. That was exciting. But we're trying our best. You know, every time there's a setback, we work as hard as we can to fix it.
Which one has Charlie on it? Yours?
Mr. Larry, see you tomorrow, sir.
All right there, Corey Bird.
Because I have Morales as the other one.
Look at her. That's funny. You think those two are brothers? I do. They might be twin brothers. And they got Remy in there in the middle. Little teeny thing.
Okay, in 6th place, receiving $225 with score of 43.93 is Team Untitled. That's Elaine, Mark, and Raymond.
Joe, you didn't mention pizza today, Cooper said. That's funny. Cooper's got your number, Joe. Dave Covington, John Rakoski, and Dave with his daughter Colby. Imagine her bowling with Rakoski and her dad, two guys that are great bowlers. She's got to be thrilled just to bowl with her dad and be competitive. And there's John right there, smiling as usual. John Rakoski, one of the nicest people I ever met in my life. He does not like to lose, though. I'll tell you one thing. When he loses, you'll see a little bit of that fire that's inside. He's an unbelievable competitor. Very good sport. But I don't know too many people that do like to lose. Look at that. Everybody smiling, getting a picture. It's the way it's supposed to be. Hey, Ralph. Good to see you, brother.
See you tomorrow?
Yes, see you tomorrow, Ralph. All right, and a great performance right here by Tyler and Bree and Scott. Really bowl well and very nice to see.
Okay, and in no surprise to me.
Yes, no surprise to any of us. And this is a good team right here. Patty Cooper really improved. Jennifer Dover's obviously. And look at the boss sneaking in there. Look at the boss. The boss got to get in there with everybody, right? Look, he's on his toes. And the boss is there. Pretty cool, huh? Is everybody getting a picture? And the crowd hasn't left, which is what we're hoping for. Eventually, maybe in a while, this place will stay like this all day. Hey, Leo. How are you doing, Leo? Everything good? Good. You guys did good today. Melanie looked good today. Melanie threw it good. I'm going to try and get Scott Cooper in here. Really bowled great the last game. So hang with me, folks. Don't leave yet. I want to get Scott Cooper in here. He's really a nice guy. He did a lot of his bowling at Billy Hardwick's All-Star Lanes in Memphis. He knew Billy Hardwick, the 63 and 69 bowler of the year. Yeah, and Scott Cooper and Patty.
Patty, Scott, and Jennifer, come up here, please.
All right, let's see who we get first. Who's coming in first? The lefty, come on in here. Nice ball change, bro.
Yes, thank you.
Very impressive. 3 week sevens, change balls and strike out to win. Give me 5.
Thank you.
Nice move. So the last time I saw you, you bailed me out at the post office. Sit next to me a little so I can see you. Anyways, throwing the ball great. Nice to see.
Thank you.
You know, I was telling our audience that for those of some of the veterans that You did a lot of bowling at Billy Hardwick's All-Star Lanes, and you knew Billy?
Yes, I did.
You did know Billy.
I did. I bowled with him in a couple leagues.
Yeah.
Very nice guy.
Push over a little bit, come this way a little so we can see both of you. There you go. Look at that. That's a nice picture there. Anyways, congratulations on great bowling. Got a little shaky there, but you held on, right?
Oh, I know. I was
Scott,
getting nervous that
Scott
last
with the
game.
ball change to strike it out. 3 week sevens with the black one, changes balls and puts a 7-bagger in there. That's good bowling, bro.
Great bowling.
And Jennifer bowled great. Stone 7 in the 3rd frame.
Yep.
Of course, when we get our new booth done, we can all sit down now in the booth when it's done.
Nice.
Well, there'll be
That'll
chairs
be nice.
with microphones, the whole bit.
Great.
Oh, yeah, everybody's going to be a TV star. It's just a question of... Anyways, great bowling.
Thank you very much.
Now, you girls, how'd you feel about your bowling today? Patty, what do you think?
I felt very good about my bowling, except for that last game. I get so nervous
I know.
when I'm in
I could tell you were worked up.
Yeah.
And which is normal. Most people do that. It's very hard to keep that composure, you know, especially in the corner pins here can get you shaky a little bit.
Yeah.
I kind of felt if you missed, you'd miss right. And then when I went in to drink, I went, oh boy.
Yeah.
But I know, it's tough.
Like, I have to keep up with these two. Like, it's tough.
So nice to see Jennifer. Now, Jennifer's the best you've bowled in a while. You got rid of the yips. Jennifer had the yips. And now, what did you do different, Jennifer, to stop that from? Just get the thumbs to stop moving? Was that it?
I switched different thumb brands and just trying to tell myself to focus on every shot.
And the swings back, the release is back, the rotation's back, the confidence is back, and the win is back.
Look at this.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're here to win, aren't we?
That's right.
You know, there can only be one winner. Everyone else goes home a loser, if you really think of it that way. You know, there's 46 teams. One team won and 45 didn't.
That's right.
So, but that's what makes winning so special, I think.
That's correct.
You know, the team that finished second, happy but disappointed. The team that finished third says, oh, we had a chance, but we didn't win. And, you know, the team that missed by 2, 3, and 5 pins in the cut are saying we had a chance, we missed spares, right?
Yeah.
But you won. Now you're bowling tomorrow. Who are you bowling with, Jennifer?
Carrie Molinowski.
And you guys are bowling together?
Yes.
I kind of thought so. They're not splitting up.
No.
Well, you think you go 2 for 2?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to do our best.
What do you think, Jen? 2 for 2?
I'm going to give him a run for the money.
Go back,
There you go.
go back to back. That'd be a hell of a weekend. back
Sure would.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations as usual.
Thanks for all your support.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you. Lucky to have you guys. How about that? Big smile. See the smiles? Winning is everything. And losing is why you end up being an announcer. Anyways, I want to thank all of you again. I'm going to put the camera down here and have you see what's going down this end here. Pretty cool, huh? Seems like they don't want to go home. Unbelievable to watch. A bowling center that was dying. Look how nice it's starting to look now. It's starting to clean up. Wait till we get lightning strikes on them walls. It's going to be a big mural that says lightning strikes on the walls on each end. You'll see them on that far wall there. And, of course, the booth coming in within 3 weeks, we think we'll be in the new booth. And then I could put all the cameras on me for Joe Panko and Cooper. Anyways, I'm just looking at some of the comments here on my screen. We want to thank all of you again. We're going to call it a night. I can go home, relax a little bit, watch a little TV. We will be on the air again tomorrow at 1:30. Again, I want to thank all of you for being with us today. And as usual, I want to wish all of you a lot of good luck, good bowling. See you tomorrow at 1:30. And again, thank you so much for being with us here at Lightning Strikes. Okay.